She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's if your chain's choking Ethernight whiz. Found her at a bullet hook sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagron drools over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bop crack. Ooh, that lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a Bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Architect with a Bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. To do with for do with for do with with you ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess, scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, bosom lace on firewall. I scooped and truce from dress sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing by my clothes too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. You private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive chump. Eyes everywhere, match 3 bird phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dead scene.
Because usually to do mini summits, we have sponsors organize them, but you know, Satoshi's not around.
Yeah.
And so we had to take this into the hands of the community. And I want to give a very, very, very special thanks to Isabel Foxenduke, our Bitcoin curator, who really made this happen. So big round of applause. Isabel, take it away. Tell us what to expect today.
Thank you. I am so excited. Thank you, Danny, for even just inviting me/us to all be here today. I'm really, really excited. We've placed just incredible speakers throughout primarily the Bitcoin Season 2 ecosystem, right? I mean, Bitcoin changed forever with the launch of the Ordinals protocol in 2023. Since then, the pace of innovation in Bitcoin has just been absolutely incredible. We've basically, effectively turned Bitcoin not just into a money, but also a data availability layer for any kind of arbitrary data. That has implications for scaling, that has implications for layer 2s, that has implications for basically any kind of tech that you could possibly imagine wanting to create on Bitcoin. And so, yeah, we have experts from all of these different new areas of technology and Bitcoin coming today. The best of the best people in everything from Bitcoin scaling to Bitcoin lending, zero knowledge proofs on Bitcoin. We've really, worked hard to get incredible people here, and I'm just super, super excited for us to kind of share with the ETH Denver community what Bitcoin is up to, because it really is like a whole new world compared to, December 2022. So we're going to get started with the Ordinals panel. Again, I think, inarguably, Ordinals was really like where this whole new Bitcoin season 2, if you will, really started. We're going to start with Ordinals, and we've got some amazing experts to sort of talk about the past, present, future of Ordinals on Bitcoin, and sort of NFTs, digital art on Bitcoin, and we'll go from there. So thanks, you guys.
Let's kick it off. Let's start with our first panel.
Have a seat, you guys. Awesome. So you all three, I think, come into the Ordinals ecosystem with slightly different perspectives, different ways that you kind of entered this field, different things that you're working on. Just to get us started, would you really quickly introduce yourselves and sort of the special perspective that you bring in the Ordinals ecosystem?
I'll kick it off since I have the mic. Hey everyone, my name is Elizabeth Olson. I'm head of marketing for Bitcoin at Magic Eden. I actually started out in the luxury space for the majority of my career so far at Steinway & Sons and Sotheby's Auction House, leading marketing there in New York. And then jumping straight into Xverse, being part of the leading or founding team there and onboarding over 1 million users over the course of 2 years. Was there since the beginning of Ordinals and Runes. We were the first wallet to support those, and then joined Magic Eden about 6 months ago, which is the leading Bitcoin DEX in this space. So yeah, really happy to be here and chatting Bitcoin alts.
Awesome. Hey, everyone. My name is Robert Clark. Got started actually pretty early on in the Ordinals ecosystem. Shipped one of the first marketplaces for Ordinals, Ordinals.market. Currently working on Satflow. It's a pro DEX for Bitcoin native assets. Happy to be here.
Hello, everybody. I'm Asher. I run the first Bitcoin native asset hedge fund. I actually started it with Isabel and Domo, the creator of BRC20, who's here, as well as the owners of Bitcoin Magazine. Very quickly, my history is that I've been personally trading Bitcoin since 2013. I professionally traded at a top proprietary firm in Chicago for a little under 6 years. And as far as Ordinals and BRC20 is concerned, I was inscribing pretty early, below 10,000, not as early as some, obviously. And then also I minted the first set of BRC20 tokens, including Ordi. Thank you.
Yeah, BRC20, shout out. So I was wondering if we could just start with you guys sharing a little bit about what you think are special about Ordinals, especially potentially relative to NFTs on other chains. Obviously, Ordinals had this absolutely incredible kind of like rush to stardom early on, especially given the fact that its creator was an independent developer with really no marketing or communications, this incredible hit right out the gate. Why do you think that is? What do you think makes Ordinals special?
I guess I'll start because I have the mic. So it's a really great question, Isabel, and it's something I've been talking about with some of the folks so far at ETH Denver. I think what makes it special is the cultural shift that's taken place within the Bitcoin ecosystem. Before Ordinals, before Casey launched the protocol, the reality is that the innovative spirit, in my opinion, of the Bitcoin community, of which I am very much a part, really felt like it was fading and possibly even dying. People that wanted to do new, interesting things within the community were vilified, turned into pariahs. And I think what we're seeing now is really like a healthy culture finally coming back to Bitcoin. One, in part, that I think is somewhat inspired by what you all have done with Ethereum. I think we're taking some plays out of your playbook to try to improve a culture that got really unhealthy and sick in a lot of ways. So that's the thing I'm the most excited about. I think we're finally back in an environment where innovation and growth and risk-taking is being rewarded once again.
Yeah, definitely to expand on that, we've seen a lot of things really work on ETH, right? Like NFTs and, some of the more kind of like novel asset classes. And I think like Casey was really brilliant for the ordinal standard. It's beautifully simple, just data and NFTs on top of Bitcoin. And it's proven to be really sticky now, and I think that's what makes it special. Like even to this day, we have like millions of dollars traded a day in volume across on the collectible side and for runes on the non-fungible side. And like even despite like kind of a more recent like market shift downward, it's like proven to be resilient. The builders are still building every day. Like we're still making iterative attempts at making everything better, and the overall trading experience and experience of owning assets on Bitcoin better. So that stickiness, I think, is what's made it particularly special here.
Yeah, I guess I'll just kind of build on to what you're saying. I think I so agree with all of that. I think Ordinals have really created this flywheel effect of bringing a whole new ecosystem of talent and builders and funders to the space. And even just last night, Isabel and I were at the BitVM event, and it was so amazing to look around and see so many new faces in the space. Some of them, whether or not they're even aware of Ordinals, they're there because of Ordinals, because Ordinals is the Bitcoin Renaissance. Ordinals is the homecoming of people coming back to the space, having, and lending credibility to those who are already there building. And so I think that's something really exciting that Ordinals have done. Ordinals have also, Ordinals are kind of saving Bitcoin. I mean, honestly, like with all the transactions, like if we look at the volume, most of it has been coming from Ordinals runes, BRC20, and that is awarding miners, I believe. Does anybody have the latest stats on how many millions, hundreds of millions of dollars have been paid to miners at this point? I think it's over $600 million, $700 million last I checked a few months ago. So that is securing Bitcoin, and that is so important. And I think as we see these developments continue to happen with BitVM and Opcat, this is ultimately thanks to Ordinals. So I think we have that to attribute to Ordinals beyond the ultimate use case, which is digital artifacts. And we don't have that on NFTs. Most are pointing to IPFS servers. People are like refreshing their NFTs from the past few, 2018 or so, and a lot of them are going to 401, 404 error pages. So it's, I think this is something that people are still starting to realize. We're so nascent, but people are starting to realize, wow, we can actually look at this directly on chain, and this is completely unique to any other digital artifact in other chains.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys. Elizabeth, I will start with you with kind of my more individual question, since you have the mic now. So I'm curious, Magic Eden has really played a huge role in like broader adoption of Ordinals, indisputably. I think that they control maybe like, there's like 80 to 90%, 90-something% of volume of Ordinals is traded on Magic Eden. I know you weren't there when they first made the decision to get into Bitcoin, but I'm curious if you have any kind of color that you can share about the decision to get into the Bitcoin native asset space for Magic Eden, what that's been like for Magic Eden, sort of how that's affected the company, and also maybe how Magic Eden thinks about its Bitcoin strategy as different from other chains.
Yeah, great question. I think our founders always were, and like many people in the crypto space, were always Bitcoin first, big believers in Bitcoin. It was their conviction in Bitcoin that led them to support Ordinals in the first place. We were able to have a big win on Solana NFTs, and that's something that we made a bet, and that's something that's always attracted me to Magic Eden. Our founders are willing to take big bets and push to the max, and we're always looking to expand the pie and UX for our users, and that's a bet that our founders were willing to take, was on Ordinals. And it was thanks to our success in Ordinals, which then led us to support Runes, seeing that they had a lot of that Casey was able to address a lot of the initial issues that were coming with BRC20 in terms of the congestion. So I think that's another big bet that our founders took that really did play out to our success. And to this day, these Bitcoin assets have become our largest revenue driver for the company. With that said, we are a multi-chain company, and we are looking to support all chains, all assets. And that's another thing that really excites me in terms of the Bitcoin space, because we need to be helping to onboard people from other chains back to Bitcoin and continue this homecoming narrative. And I think Bitcoin ordinals, Bitcoin art, Bitcoin memes. It's something like Bitcoin's very complex, so it's sometimes tough for people to like wrap their head around it and understand the philosophy and the thesis and the tech. But something like runes and ordinals, this is cultural, and this is something that people can have fun with and dive into and get exposure in that way. So I think that is something that also has really played a key role into what we're looking to do at Magic Eden. And ultimately, I think one thing I'm really excited about is the future of the direction where we're going, which is being able to swap anything for anything. Obviously, this is a long-term dream and something that will take a while to build out, but I think this is definitely the direction we're looking to take. And already, I'll like spill a little alphabet. Being that we are a multi-chain company, we have things like a home screen where people on the app can have exposure to all the different chains and assets. And so when you see top NFT projects across 6 different chains, like these past days, the top 100K volume has been across 6 different chains, and now we're getting to see Bitcoin right up there. And so we're going to see a lot of cross-pollination, and that's something that I really, really enjoy about being at Magic Eden.
Awesome, thank you. So while we're kind of loosely on the topic of infrastructure, I'll ask both Robert and Asher this. Bitcoin is sort of known, obviously, as very different underlying tech, right, than other chains. 10-minute block times, a little clunkier, a little slower, very unique kind of building parameters that have, affect the way that we develop infrastructure on Bitcoin. How are you thinking about managing those challenges as a builder for Robert? And what tools do you think are most important that we put our effort towards building to progress the industry forward?
Yeah, really good question. Like kind of when Ordinals started, I think a lot of us in the ecosystem, I believe Magic Eden included, we were just like having to build everything entirely from scratch, right? Down to like parsing transactions on Bitcoin, setting up reliable like Bitcoin nodes. And this is something that, on ETH we've had for, years now. There's been, multitude of infrastructure providers, API providers that have made it super easy to just get your app running, right? So on the Bitcoin side, I think we do need to be, kind of really championing the folks that are working to deliver API solutions to enable, the sort of hacker hobbyist types to come into the ecosystem, experiment easily, and not get bogged down in, having to set up all of the underlying base infrastructure and just kind of, use the chain and build really cool apps, right? Because that's, I think, ultimately what's going to yield a very positive outcome for Ordinals, and the next standards we see on Bitcoin is more reliable just infrastructure, enable the builders to come in faster.
Asher, I think I'll ask you the same question from a trader's perspective. What do you feel like we need to see built? What tooling needs to exist that doesn't currently exist to kind of push this industry forward? Really good question. So I think that the most important infrastructure that we need is to continue to develop the sophisticated cold storage, hardware wallet enabled storage of these assets. So I will say Magic Eden has developed a wallet, and it's, in my opinion, it's the best in the ecosystem right now. For day-to-day trading, it really is fantastic. But there are a number of products that exist, and I won't name them. One is a different wallet provider that integrates with Ledger that a lot of people use, and one is like a multi-sig product that a lot of folks are using to store their Ordinals assets. And the reality is, and I've been trying to dig into exactly what's going on, but the reality is that both of those products have essentially ground to a frozen halt for wallets that have thousands or tens of thousands of UTXOs. And that really is it's like a serious problem that we need to address immediately.
If I may, on the trading side, there's kind of, I think, another big problem we still face even today in the Bitcoin eco is inherently, because we have 10-minute block times, our volume in the industry is like always going to be, it's suppressed at the moment, right? Solana, the same like token can trade back and forth in, a matter of seconds. And on Bitcoin, you buy something, it can take, 10 minutes on average or much longer. So like, from a trading perspective, that's not really very fun, right? Like, it's kind of a clunky experience. So I think the bleeding edge for trading Bitcoin native assets is really going to be on how do we increase the throughput while being as adjacent to Bitcoin L1 as we can, right? We want to see the world where, runes and ordinals, can be traded sort of a multitude of times in that 10-minute window. We can up the volume, and then, thus the industry becomes more attractive for market makers and, other sort of trading entities. So I think there's actually still quite a bit to be done on the trading front. But yeah, we'll see what happens.
Just while we're touching on different challenges in this space and UTXOs, one thing I'm particularly excited about that Magic Eden is currently building out is making runes more fungible. So currently a big challenge in the space when people go to buy runes is that there's big listings, big lot listings of like, you have to buy into the floor price is something like a 20K lot listing. Not all of them are that high, but that was a major issue for most of the different projects. And so one thing that we did temporarily is we put a limit in terms of how big people can list their lots, so that people could start to buy in at lower prices. So we put a $2,000 limit, so people had to otherwise split their runes. But it's still pretty frustrating process because it takes some time to split the runes, your UTXOs down. And so longer term, what we're hoping to do is make a very seamless, automated lot splitting so that when people are listing their runes in these big UTXOs, it's going to automatically break them down in a simple transaction. So that's something that we're actively building out. And I think these are the kind of little tweaks and things that will help improve the UX and draw more people into this space. I also want to give a shout out, like Odin, for example, launched recently kind of like a pump fund for runes, and we're seeing that really take off in China. We're seeing BRC20 volume coming back again with a lot of people from the Chinese population. Alts Bitcoin beta assets will ride with this, and I think we're steadily starting to see this play out as people try to get exposure to Bitcoin. Perhaps if they were too late on that train, they can still get exposure to these alt assets.
Thank you. That's a perfect kind of segue into what may be my final question, depending on time. But Robert, you've alluded a couple of times to sort of the market downtrend that we're in. Ordinals has had many waves in the very short history that it's had, many ups and downs, and lots of volatility as any nation, standard would, and since 2023. Each of those waves has sort of kind of come and gone with like a clear catalyst of some kind, right? Whether it be, the creation of BRC20, which, sparked a huge boom in Ordinals adoption, or even, kind of the rise of multiple 10Ks like Node Monks and Puppets, which sparked another big wave of Ordinals adoption. I'm curious if you guys have any thoughts about what we might see as potential catalysts for a new wave of adoption, of Ordinals adoption, hopefully coming soon.
This is a good one. I get to share the bull case.
What's the bull case? I want the Ordinal bull case.
So yeah, we've got some I'll specifically kind of on the Ordinal side, we've got some really fun and interesting projects coming in the pipeline for sort of the next 3 to 6 months. Tracking a lot of folks in the space know the original Bitcoin wizard meme from Reddit, back in the day, and the creator's Maven's bot, he's actually going to be shipping a 10K. I think that should be quite interesting, and a big I think catalyst to bring attention from the other ecosystems back into Bitcoin. Everyone, the sort of the OGs remember looking at Bitcoin Reddit back in the day, seeing the ads, and extremely mimetic creator bringing a 10K to Bitcoin, giving more kind of optionality to folks. as far as like just kind of like general infrastructure wise, like pretty excited about the L1.5 solutions bringing more programmability to BTC. So like Arch Network, OpNet, and all of these other solutions that hopefully will just yield some fun DeFi experimentation that Ordinals and Maroons can be quite adjacent to. Aside from that, I think it's the prices are definitely down at the moment, but like we've seen, with the counterparty assets back in the day, it's not always up only for these assets, especially derivatives that live on top of Bitcoin. But like, if I'll say one thing, the artists of our generation that will be looked back on as, the Picassos of our era, chances are I think they will have inscribed their artwork on like the largest blockchain on planet Earth, which is Bitcoin.
Yeah.
So I think the most exciting thing happening right now in the Bitcoin native asset ecosystem, back to my first point that I made, is actually another cultural shift that I think is taking place. When Casey launched Runes, the whole community really got very hyper-focused, in my opinion, on meme coin trading. And I think what we're seeing right now is a bit of a coming back to what made us great in the first place, which I think is the best NFT technology that could possibly exist. Elizabeth touched on this. In Ordinals, we actually store the art. You actually have to store the art. And I think watching the community sort of refocus back on art on Bitcoin, I think it's a powerful moment for the community. I think it's like a wake-up call. It's the correct direction for us to be focused on because it's our strength, and I'm really optimistic about that.
Do you want to add anything?
Yeah, I'll just add. Actually, if you guys saw last night, big influencer Cook K-O-O-K tweeted. Check it out. This tweet. It's a bull case around Bitcoin beta assets. I think just yesterday we saw OMB mint out. So over about $7 million, people bought into this Ordinals project, and I think a lot of people may have even been potentially surprised because we're in a bear market right now. Some people are saying, "Oh, is ZK, the founder of this Ordinals project, is he being a little bit arrogant in having such a high fee for these assets?" But I think people. We were born in the bear, and the Ordinals community shows up. We don't get fazed by these dips like in other communities, and I think the conviction is still there. The thesis that we all have and believe in is still there, and it's just a matter of time when it's a slow burn, but things will probably matter of time before things are playing out. And I think right now people from other chains like this KOL are starting to see that, and they see, wow, Bitcoin beta assets, they haven't gone down. Like, this minted out, and this is continuing to have a bump in the space. And so people are looking at this as like, oh, this is time where I can get a little bit of exposure. It's time to have like those longer term conviction plays and buy in. Whereas like for most people, just last year, it was too late. Like, the prices were pretty insane. So I think with this overall dip, that is one opportunity. I had another point, but it'll come back.
Awesome. I think we're just at time, but that was really great, you guys. I feel like that was a great overview of what's happening in this space. So thank you so much, all of you, for coming.
Thank you so much, Isabel.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
A photo.
Yeah, let's do it. And that'll give me a minute.
Some TradFi bro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. We just launch and stake on chain. Go, we pay, let the city owns more.
We've got Bunzi moderating. Farmer Joe is the creator of Pups Token. We have Perry, creator of Glitter, which is a sort of experimental token standard on Bitcoin that is actually introducing programmability and sort of DeFi capabilities, as well as Johan, who is the CBO of Best in Slot. Best in Slot is one of the lead maintainer companies of BRC20. So this is going to be a treat for you guys.
All right. This is exciting. Bitcoin Denver. Last year this wasn't even a thing, and now there's a stage. Bitcoin has made a presence. So this panel, we're going to be talking about fungible tokens on Bitcoin through ordinal theory, and just want to do a brief introduction through everyone. So Johan, just TLDR, 1 to 2 minutes. What are you working on? And then after we get through that, we're going to jump into what's going on.
Hey everybody, my name is Johan Kalpu. Been a long time IT professional, ending my career with JP Morgan. In 2017, the CEO pretty much said, get the fuck out if you're into Bitcoin, so I did. I am in the space now, building in the NFT space, and now with Best in Slot, one of the leading APIs in this space if you're building data on all Bitcoin native assets, and co-lead maintaining the BRC20 protocol. Glad to be here.
Awesome. Perry?
Yeah, hi, I'm Perry. I'm the co-founder and CTO of Glitter. We're building a Bitcoin layer 1 native smart contract platform, which obviously includes a token standard. I've been in and out of Bitcoin since 2011. I started with Slush Pool, back when you could mine on your CPU. Throughout the years, I've been in big tech with Meta and Google, and did a lot of research in the Bitcoin and broader crypto space in the 2014 to 17 era throughout undergrad. And then when I was doing my PhD at NYU, founded the NYU Blockchain Lab. So yeah, pretty crypto native at this point, but really excited about the future of programmability on Bitcoin.
Hey guys, Farmer Joe here. I guess I'm a Bitcoin KOL, angel investor, evangelist of a lot of teams building funny, cool things at the same time as being like an on-chain trader. Kind of came into Bitcoin because it was a net new ecosystem. We've seen what works on other chains. We've seen assets be created, NFTs, fungibles, utility tokens, governance tokens. So we know the rubric that works. And I think what got me excited about Bitcoin is really this being built on Bitcoin from the ground up. For the first time ever in 2023, we haven't seen anything like it. And it really was the start of what Bitcoin Season 2 is. Also accidentally co-founded or accidentally, I guess, founded a community meme coin called Pups, which I think it hit $1 billion in market cap at one point. Obviously, we'd love to see that again, and we'd love to see other Bitcoin-based assets do as well as that to really reinvigorate the ecosystem. But I think there's no shortage of teams building, and there's no shortage of people that actually believe that this can become a viable ecosystem.
This is our panelists, so let's jump into it. Fungible tokens on Bitcoin. Since you have the mic, Farmer, simply why? 10-minute block times, what's going on, and why is specifically certain tokens so highlighted when in Ethereum, most people don't talk about the token standard, they just say token, but in Bitcoin, we have BRC20s, we have, what else do we have? Runes, we have...
Yeah, we got Tap.
So why fungibles on Bitcoin?
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, it's really as simple as any good ecosystem or any viable and fruitful ecosystem needs a token standard or an asset standard that allows value to be created on chain, or ownership to be verified or viewed on chain, or quasi ownership, or whatever you want to call it. And I think without having a token standard that works at a really elementary level, you can't have value creation for digital assets. We're in the Web3 ecosystem because it allows us, for the first time ever, as users, to own some of the products that we enjoy using. That was the premise of a lot of these utility tokens, governance coins, and so forth. Obviously, I think this season has really been led by meme coins, which don't have any ownership. It's just a community collectible. I don't think there's anything necessarily bad about that. I think it's just pretty honest and upfront that these things are valueless, much like a lot of products really are. unfortunately. So I think we just need serious teams, serious builders. But at the end of the day, like a token standard on the largest blockchain that uses Bitcoin as the data availability layer is, to me, something that enables value creation at the base layer, which then can, I would say, further extend the ecosystem. And I think Robert was speaking about this with NFTs, and he was kind of alluding to the fact that 10-minute block times are a restriction. It's slow, it's clunky, but there are genuinely ways to solve this problem. Be it L2 solutions or trading within the mempool or trading in performant environments that are, L1.5 layers. So as we start to reach these hurdles, builders are solving these problems. And I think if you just view Bitcoin and what we have right now as a static ecosystem, then you're not seeing far enough as to what can actually be created here by the teams that are genuinely spending a lot of time solving some of these problems that, unfortunately we created, but there's an opportunity in that.
Totally. No, that's a great point. One thing that I've been thinking about, and this one's for you, Perry, is there's chains almost every day, new L2s, all this stuff, and Bitcoin kind of being the layer that everything resolves back to. If it origins, and if it's created in Bitcoin, it can go out and explore, you bridge to Solana for high frequency trading. What are your thoughts about Bitcoin fungibles truly just being a utility token? And because these meme coin cycles last maybe a week, a month, and do you think Bitcoin's suited for that? Or where do you sit in the camp of meme coins, or do you think utility tokens sit best on Bitcoin, and why?
Yeah, I think to again come back to the technical structure and limitations, meme coins are not a perfect case. There's no reason they can't be built. Like Farmer was just saying, there's a lot of solutions there. There's a lot of teams building in this space. But I do think that not that anything in this space is truly serious, but if something is serious, it's Bitcoin, right? It's the more serious of the chains. I think we have to have the token standards on Bitcoin because particularly the UTXO structure makes it sort of unavoidable. You really can't do anything without tokenizing it because it has to just be transferable in this asset manner. I do think we have a lead. I personally would lean more towards utility tokens, right? I think that you have to have ways to, at least with what I'm building, right? It's like what I was just saying. It's token standard because it has to be, right? You can't just interact you would in an account-based system, so you have to be able to sort of tokenize and move these things in that way. I think the utility is the right case. You can have your memes, you can trade your memes, you can bridge them and do whatever you want. But coming back to then the NFT thing, I think that's where the real use case in Bitcoin lies, is things that are more tolerant of block time.
Yeah. And so for BRC20s, this one's for my man at Best in Slot, is, that's what really, in my belief, set off the mass adoption for Ordinals. It got the inscription numbers up to the millions very quickly. People started paying attention. The mempool was wrecked. JSON, everyone had their opinions about it. But as of recent, there's been some more action around BRC20s. And BRC 2.0 is coming out. Is there any type of insight that you have there? And what is that? Because even personally, being close to the ecosystem, it's been something that's been talked about, but I don't have a full grasp on where the programmability, and if you want to get a little bit more technical with what's happening there, that would be interesting to dig into.
Yeah, first off, I'll say BRC20s make up 70 to 80% of the inscriptions currently. Yeah, art's a great utility, but the market is showing that the product market fit right now are text inscriptions, and it's probably a tough pill for everyone to take, but you can't rug these contracts. There is nothing to rug. So that's the thing. You can't rug a piece of text on Bitcoin. Now going to BRC20, what we're doing is we're creating a module that, based on EVM actually, we're going to be putting the EVM bytecode up on Bitcoin as an execution layer, and you will be able to put these BRC20s into this module and make it run as fast as you want. So with sequencers and indexers. It'll all be coming out very shortly this month. It has to be seen to be believed. And trust me, I've talked with the tech team, and I'm not into the tech weed there, but our lead dev is an Ethereum guy, used to be, and now he's building on Bitcoin. So that speaks to this crowd. It speaks to what we can do on Bitcoin and what we can do with one of the most popular BRC fungible token standards on Bitcoin.
No, that's exciting. I mean, the BRC20 team and a few people in Best in Slot in particular I've chatted with, very savvy. We're building indexing for Ethereum networks prior, which makes it like not only one of the first data providers, which was talked about previously, how important that infrastructure is, but like with the uptick in BRC20s, it's super exciting. But with all these different like fungible token standards, Farmer, what are your thoughts? Is this a net positive? Because everyone, the pitch is like, come to Bitcoin, all the addressable liquidity. People say that all the time, and yes, it's true, but as we fractionalize internally, what are your thoughts? And then even as we fractionalize further to other chain, is it money's made in arbitrage and there's markets to be made there, but what are your thoughts on people saying like, you're doing it on Bitcoin, now you're fractionalizing everything?
That's a good question. I mean, I think, originally in 2023, we've had maybe a new token standard come up every 2 months or so. I think at the end of the day, the market will speak, to where the users, the users will always be right at the end of the day, is my take. And right now, I would say the most amount of transaction volume or trading volume, specifically for Bitcoin-based tokens, is of the Runes token standard variety. Now, I'm not saying that's going to stay forever. There could always be a better token standard that comes out that is more adaptable. It is more interoperable with other, scaling solutions. It's better suited for L1.5s or L2s, or, going to other chains, going to centralized exchanges. Yeah, I think this is a very contentious topic because the more that we argue which token standard is the right token standard on Bitcoin, the lower progress that we end up having at the end of the day. But it remains to be seen at this point in time if Runes is the dominant token standard. I think at the time it's the most active token standard. It's the one that people are using most frequently, and solutions like Bob Bodley's Odin Fund is using that in an ICP way, where you have performant trading, you have chain abstraction, account abstraction, wallet abstraction, and other than the Bitcoin deposit itself, everything feels like you're just working on a simplified application or dApp. And I think that's kind of the user experience that we're aiming to get, where the token standard doesn't really matter. As long as I can get my token to and from these environments or dApps, what the token standard really is shouldn't really matter. I'm of the view that a token standard should be, as close to Bitcoin as possible, simple, UTXO based, so that it can go exactly where Bitcoin goes. But we look at Bitcoin. No one's really trading Bitcoin on its own, quote unquote, token standard. Actually, most of the trading for Bitcoin actually happens in an ERC20 format, right? Or an SPL20 format now, or Coinbase is doing CBBTC. So, it's just showing that the market's basically saying that the Bitcoin token standard itself, the UTXO-based model, isn't suitable for trading, and Bitcoin becomes a wrapper, and then it just adopts a new token standard. So, it's a really tough question to answer.
No, I think that's a solid answer because, I think at the end of it is everything resolves back to Bitcoin, and Bitcoin isn't traded on Bitcoin, believe it or not. And so it is funny. In the beginning of Ordinals, everyone was very like, if it's not true to Bitcoin standard, people were very like, nah. But now people are getting more open to these other solutions, L2s, et cetera. What are your thoughts on the L2 approach? Are you 100% Bitcoin Maxi has to be on Bitcoin, or are you open to kind of the L2 approach? And, what are the pros and cons that you see there? That one's for Perry.
Yeah, I think pros and cons is the right way to frame it, because I think I'm a yes and on this one. To your point in the last question about the addressable liquidity, we are always having this conversation about the $2 trillion, or maybe less today, but $2 trillion a few weeks ago. in liquidity on Bitcoin, but the reality is that so much of it is illiquid, right? It's frozen. Some of it's in a landfill, but a lot of it.
The ancient Bitcoin whales.
Yeah,
So they call
but
them.
the whales, the maxis, the institutions. So I think from my perspective, there is a real need for things that are as Bitcoin native as possible to address that market, because I don't think that any of that liquidity becomes liquid until those people's necessity for really strong trust assumptions can be met. That's what I optimize for in my own work. I also think that there is the market of liquidity that is currently liquid, that, to your point, wants this excellent user experience, the speed, the throughput, the beautiful UI, and that's also completely valid. And that does live in an L2. It lives in something like Odin, in an off-chain compute environment with a multi-sig. I think there's room for both, but I do think there's a need for both because they address a fundamentally different consumer base with different priorities.
Yeah, great answer. I mean, this one is kind of tougher, but we're at an Ethereum conference, right? Why should anyone want to come to Bitcoin and trade fungibles?
Well, I mean, like, anybody bought into Trump recently or any of those other meme coins on Sol, I think they brought all their profits back to Bitcoin. That's what they said on the timeline anyways, so.
Well, they also said they made profits.
Well, theoretically, the narrative falls into place that you would want to be back onto Bitcoin anyway, so why not stay on Bitcoin?
Oh, yeah, damn, I thought I stumped you. Farmer, this one, what is wrong with fungibles? And don't say liquidity. That's the easiest answer. Everyone just says, once we solve liquidity, we moon. But no, seriously, like, what are some of the hurdles that are currently facing the developers, the users, and you can't say liquidity?
I think at the end of the day, it's creating things that people actually want.
Uh-oh.
No, I mean, look, Solana creates something that someone wants every split millisecond on Pump Fund.
Well, it's to be argued
to varying
that
degree.
this is interesting. So on Solana, like, washing numbers is much easier. With fees, the original purpose of them was a spam filter. So that's what we're seeing, and people just aren't seeing the numbers that they're seeing on Solana. Therefore, they're like, the action's not the same. But do you believe, I mean, where do you think the bot trading plays into this and to the mental psyche of people thinking all this is happening on Solana, when in the case, I truly think that that's just Fugazi?
Yeah, I don't know where the bot trading comes in. I mean, market makers and liquidity providers to arb out price differences. I mean, they're a critical factor of every efficient market. And Solana, with its high throughput, just becomes a more efficient market. And it's one that's, obviously very competitive to play in because there's a lot of extremely sophisticated players when there is money to be made, even fractions of pennies in a lot of these transactions. I think at the end of the day, like, right now, the friction points that we're dealing with, at least the ones that we've had maybe prior to Odin Fund launching, it's a very good user experience for the Odin-based tokens. But for some of the, I would say, I don't even want to call them legacy assets, but some of the vintage collectibles,
OGs.
the OG meme coins of Bitcoin. The friction points in the UX has not been exceptionally great. I mean, like, we were just trading these things like NFTs with little, we were block trading basically on the retail level. And sometimes these blocks were just unaffordable, or sometimes you had a massive block limit the amount of users that could actually move the book upwards or even downwards. And so, that's part of unlocking liquidity. There is no shortage of liquidity. But I think there are things that you can do to start unlocking the friction points that we have and deal with. And one of them is a good trading experience and a good DApp experience and speed and performant environments. And the other is, most people don't have Bitcoin. I mean, most Web3 users, if you ask them, the amount of Bitcoin that they hold or the amount of people that even hold Bitcoin is actually significantly lower than we think. Prior to 2023, I mean, I had some Bitcoin, but I was mostly like a ultrasound money thesis believer. Still am.
Still have a 0x in the name,
We're
don't
at
you?
the conference, so still am. Wink, wink. But at the end of the day, like, I think it's just unlocking friction points removing steps in the process to actually acquire some of these things or move money to Bitcoin. Something like spend any currency or any Web3 currency in buying a Bitcoin-based asset could be a really interesting unlock, especially if you can do that in a high throughput way.
One thing that I find interesting about fungibles that are utilized very heavily on ETH is for DAO purposes. And we're not seeing too much DAO activity. And in my mind, voting is a slow process. It makes sense on Bitcoin. And if that's the core asset, why aren't some of these fungibles being utilized as that? Are people just realizing, hey, they tried it on ETH, it shit hit the fan, it's not as useful as it seems. But if we do stand true to why we're here, do you think that should make some type of presence with the use of fungibles?
Yeah, I believe in that actually as a really firm use case. And I agree with your point that this is something that block time is going to be fine with, right? You don't have like huge state maintenance and interoperability concerns. It's certainly something that we're building for. The intention very much with Glitter is to have it as a staked governance type system. So it's inherent in the design. But again, we always come back to UTXOs as an issue, right? Which is where you need a contract ecosystem, you need a contract platform, right? Because we can't have to like spend our tokens to vote. That kind of defeats the purpose. So you need a way to be able to structure all of this. But I do think it's a principal valuable use case for fungible tokens on Bitcoin, just because it's one of the things that is like very tolerant of the block time and the structures of the ecosystem, as long as there's a way to make it work.
Yeah. And we're rounding off here, but I'm of the belief that friction is a feature, not a bug, and fees are something necessary, or else you get this, wash rate, these numbers that don't make any sense. Am I alone in that? What are your thoughts on that? In the BRC20 camp, I think there's friction there, but I think, it prevents the quick rugs. You got 30 seconds, dog.
It helps the miners. It secures the network.
Oh yeah, those guys.
Yeah. So that's the one thing about BRC20 is it's a battle of the mempool. If you want to mint these tokens and it's a hot mint, you better up your fees. And or else you don't get in. So it's a war there, and it's really free and fair when you think about it. So I'll end with that.
Free and fair to end it. So Ordinals, Bitcoin, Denver next year, main stage. But that's it for us. Thank you guys. And looks like Domo is up next.
Thanks.
Chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. Your private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive jump. Eyes everywhere, that's 3 bird phones. Quantaries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voting fuck. Self-crawl through your junk dancing. Ran it up to the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like who's got the keys? Lullafiers huffing. You're just a rat with these firewalls splinter to confetti bits. I'm curating leaks at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it.
Is a GP also in Unbroken Chain, and I approached him to join the fund because I really do believe he's probably one of the, if not the one of the most important builders within the Bitcoin native asset ecosystem. we're going to talk a lot about BRC20 today. But first, I want to give Domo a chance to introduce himself, and then maybe talk just a little bit, if he doesn't mind, about his history with ETH. A lot of the people that are in the Bitcoin native ecosystem are Bitcoin maxis like me who got into Ordinals. Domo has a little bit more of a rich history trading ETH native assets. So if you could talk about that and your background in general and what got you interested in Bitcoin.
Thanks, Escher. Hey, everyone, I'm Domo. I've been about crypto about 5 years, dabbling, and what really got into it is I'm a data scientist. The on-chain data side of things really appealed to me. And at the time, Ethereum was the only place where you could do that. I was into NFTs, so I was using this on-chain data to kind of give me alpha in the summer of 2021. And I had great success in that. And then parlayed that into leading an on-chain data team at a big payments company in the US. Around about the same time that Bitcoin Ordinals came out. And when I first saw it, I think the thing that most appealed to me was back to my ETH days is some of the NFTs that I enjoyed the most were the fully on-chain ones. Some that come to mind are things like Brockchain. And Ordinals was precisely that. And like fully on-chain, kind of weird because NFTs on Ethereum, typically the token's on-chain, but the art is off-chain. Ordinals flip that, and the token is off-chain, but the art is on-chain. So I thought that was a cool thing and worth time dabbling. And at the time, I was just building my brand within the on-chain analytics space, and I thought I'd build some dashboards in the space. So that really was it. Yeah.
Awesome. Very quickly, because we have less time than we should, can you just briefly explain what BRC20 is? And then sort of how did this, what was an experiment at first, explode into eventually a multi-billion-dollar market cap?
Yeah, so simply, BRC20, in my opinion, is as simple as you possibly can get of approximating a fungible token standard on Bitcoin using Bitcoin inscriptions as the medium to interact with Bitcoin as a data availability layer. As for its success, I think simplicity was definitely a factor, not only from simplicity of understanding, but simplicity of use. So all this Ordinals infrastructure existed at the time. Not that it was my intent, I was just trying to make an experimental protocol, but it made it easy for people to interact with it, because at the time there was inscription tools, you could do this, you could do that. And then of course, the fair mint, the minting mechanism, for fungible standards, I believe it was somewhat novel, but it was like very on brand with the Bitcoin ecosystem at the time. Robert, who's in here, created Bitcoin Punks, which was like the first example of that, and I wanted to follow that on, and I think that really had a contributing factor.
And just very quickly, Domo launched the Ordi. He created the BRC20 standard. He announced that, and then he simultaneously created the first token called Ordi. It minted in 1,000 coin increments, and he launched it, I think, around 11 p.m. Eastern time one night. And by the next morning, 21,000 mints had been broadcast. People paid to mint this 21,000 times on the Bitcoin blockchain. So that's really how things got started, just as far as history, in case that's interesting. If you could go back, Domo, and design the standard from scratch, would you change anything? And if so, what would it be?
Yeah, I thought a lot about this, and as for like the main design decisions, I really don't think I would have changed much. I think it was a 1 in a million shot, like right timing, right place, right community. And I think if I tweaked with these variables, spent more time on this, over-engineered that, it wouldn't have taken off. If I had to pick something, it's like, you know, the fact that I made it in 2 days led to some inefficiencies in kind of like the way things are parsed, some weird intricacies where you can have special characters instead of like Unicode characters, et cetera, et cetera. I think I would change maybe those small things. But ultimately, it's like 2 years of us like thinking about this all day, every day. We're only now coming to conclusions of where the best path moving forward is. And I don't think I could have come to those same conclusions at the time.
So BRC20 is indexer-based. I'm sure most of you already know that. Domo, how do you foresee indexers evolving?
Yeah, it's been like a fun or fun might not be the right word, but an interesting journey on that side, because it's something that typically people don't think about in broader crypto. Is this indexer validated product is just somewhat unique to Bitcoin. It's spread to other ecosystems, but typically the indexing is built into the chain itself. Initially, we started off with just one indexer run by Unisat. They created the first indexer. And there was a lot of uproar in the community that it's centralized, et cetera, et cetera. And I think, in some ways, very right. Ordinals and Runes have taken a different approach and stuck with this centralized indexer. But there was pressure for us to move out and create different independent implementations of BRC20. And that's been great. I think there's now maybe 10 to 20 independent implementations. However, if you think about it, it makes it very challenging to update because you need indexing coordination or updates that are reverse looking to make sure there's no problems. So it's balancing that has been an interesting challenge, and I think we've got the right balance moving forward.
Would you ever consider an official indexer?
Yeah, I think we would, and I think that's something that could happen in the future. You know, like we've gone fully from the decentralized, that would be moving back. And I don't think there's anything wrong with it because the trade-off there is that you can do more progress moving forward. And I see why Casey's gone down that route. So it's something we could do in the future, yeah.
Moving forward, how do you see BRC20 evolving? Up until this point, it really has been a result of the original experiment that you launched on Twitter. And now it's become a huge market. Binance supports BRC20 on a day-to-day basis. I don't know if many people know this. Runes was a result of BRC20 demonstrating that this market what even existed in the first place. And now, actually, BRC20, because of Binance, on a day-to-day basis, gets more trading volume than any other asset within the Bitcoin native ecosystem. To this day, Ordi actually remains the highest traded asset within the Bitcoin native ecosystem. Given all of that, Domo, how do you foresee the protocol evolving, and what is BRC20 2.0?
Yeah, a good question. I think, first of all, it's taken us 2 years, but I'm glad we didn't rush anything because I think we've had a lot of bad ideas in the past. Our ideas right now on how to move it forward are focused on pain points, user experience, not only within the Bitcoin ecosystem, but making it more of an experience people are used to in other ecosystems. One thing that's talked about a lot when comparing different standards within Bitcoin is the fact that BRC20 requires 3 actually transactions every time you want to transfer a token. And I think, understandably, that's some friction that we'd like to avoid, and I think we have some ideas on how to avoid that. And that comes with some potential benefits, including more access to interoperability solutions, more access to bridging, et cetera, et cetera. So that's one focus. The other focus is this modular approach. So something that's really important to me is that the people that use BRC20 initially, I think, like I said, what made it successful is its simplicity, its ease of use. I don't ever want to stray from that for people that only want to that. So the core functions, I hope, will not change. However, it's clear that users within the ecosystem are demanding more. They want more utility. They want more things they can do with their standard. They want more interoperability. And really, you need to add a programmable layer to that. So that's what we're focusing on. We're implementing a swap implementation, and then what's called the programmable module implementation, which is basically the indexing layer ripped out of Ethereum that is slapped within the indexer and that BRC20 can interact with. You can do very similar things with Ethereum and also have sequencer applications, which would make a faster and cheaper experience than we're used to on Bitcoin Layer 1.
Great. Another just quick point before I jump into the next question is when the indexer conversation started, I remember, and there was only one indexer, there was a lot of controversy, and there was a lot of, frankly, concern trolling within the community that it would be impossible for there to be multiple indexers, that they would all disagree, and that there would be all of these edge cases. Those edge cases never really surfaced. Let's talk now, Domo, a little bit about layer 2s. This is a super interesting and a bit of a complicated question. What do you think about layer 2s more generally? And do you think that BRC20 tokens should move towards layer 2s for trading?
Yeah, I think layer 2s are interesting, and I think some will succeed in Bitcoin. I think looking forward, this BitVM bridges that we're seeing finally coming to production, I think that's going to be potentially like a 0 to 1 moment for the L2s. As we've seen with Babylon, when you strike the right balance of incentives and security, there's insane amounts of dormant Bitcoin capital, and I think we could see some of that move to Bitcoin L2s. As for BRC20, the two updates that I mentioned before, both the single set transfer and the programmable module, my hope is that it'll allow BRC20 to plug into these systems, L2s, other L1s, other meta protocols within Bitcoin more easier. And I hope that's the case, because I think everyone has a different perspective of what their best experience is, and I want people that own BRC20 assets to be able to use their assets on the chain that they want to at any given point in time.
Are there any layer 2s that you're particularly interested in or paying especially close attention to?
Yeah, I don't know if I can answer that because I've invested in a couple of them, so I feel like...
Thank you for the disclosure.
Yeah.
One of the things that we talk about a lot at Unbroken Chain is the viability of meme coins as an asset on Bitcoin. And I would just preface that by saying I personally, and I don't think most people within the ecosystem, consider Ordi to be a meme coin. That said, there have been a ton of meme coins that have launched on BRC20. And one of the things that we talk a lot about is whether 10 to 75-minute block confirmation times can possibly lend itself to long-term meme coin trading in a world where an asset can go from 0 to $30 billion market cap in 5 hours. I mean, theoretically, that could be 3 or 4 block confirmations on Bitcoin. So the question is, do you believe that meme coins, Domo, have a long-term home on Bitcoin? And is it even possible for Bitcoin to compete with Ethereum and Solana in the tokenization space, or will it always be different?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I think meme coins have kind of got a branding problem right now, in the sense that the meme coins of today are extremely different to the meme coins even of 8 months ago. Like as we see in the Solana space, it's become increasingly more extractive. The euthanasia roller coaster meme, like we've seen that, and I think, those assets have transformed from, Bitcoin, crypto native memes to kind of culturally relevant memes, things like Peanut or Chill Guy, to now like nation state leaders, right? Like, I think there's definitely a place for the crypto native memes, and I actually like that the late stage of the euthanasia roller coaster didn't come to Bitcoin, because ultimately I think that's quite toxic and net negative for the ecosystem, and ultimately I think that's because that's a benefit to Bitcoin, is we don't attract those kind of people. So I think there certainly is a place within the Bitcoin ecosystem, but not for today's meme coins. I think the real meme coins that had a more wholesome vision in the start.
So let's broaden this out just a little bit. And I have 2 more questions. We only have about 3.5 minutes left. Is there anything going on outside of Bitcoin right now that you're especially excited about?
Outside of Bitcoin? Oh, that's a good question.
I'm also going to ask you what is going on inside of Bitcoin that you're most excited about. So if you want to take that one first, feel free.
Yeah, I'll try and parlay them together. I think, the modular thesis is quite interesting. BRC20 takes that to heart, where we're basically just an indexer and have shown that you can, and a data availability layer using social consensus as the consensus layer. So I like to think we play a part in that kind of modularity thesis, and I am enjoying seeing it in the broader crypto perspective. If you tie that back to Bitcoin, Babylon is a great example. like I've been working a bit with them on the data side, and I think is really truly like one of the most interesting projects across broader crypto. And yeah, just tied that into the modularity. And I think, as Babylon opens up more phases along, I think we could see, some interesting use cases of staked Bitcoin. Yeah, and if you can imagine a world of in the future of OpCat, then that gets really, really interesting.
Great. Well, those are all my questions. Domo, is there anything else that you wanted to mention before we wrap it up?
No, I think I said everything. Thanks for preparing some questions. I think I'm glad I got to talk about what's next for BRC20. Hopefully people can see the testnet for the programmable module coming out in the next month or so.
How can they learn more about that?
Yeah, so it's a good question. So follow myself, Layer 1 Foundation, Unisat, and Best in Slot.
You just want to quickly explain what the Layer 1 Foundation is?
Yeah, sure. Managing a standard of this magnitude is quite a daunting and somewhat a task as an individual. Moreover, there needs to be some checks and bounds. So we set up the Layer 1 Foundation to be like the governing body or arena in which BRC20 can be discussed and governed. In doing so, we established 2 lead maintainers, Unisat and Best in Slot, and then an oversight committee on top of that. And then as for the lead maintainers, we've had our issues in the past, but I'm indebted to both teams. Both the 2 things that we're moving forward with are a result of their innovation. And my role right now is more of a coordinator than anything. So yeah, just to finish off, follow those bodies, and then should be able to see either the programmable module and testnet or the single-step implementation on Unisat's fractal network in the near future. Thanks for your questions.
Awesome. Thank you, Domo. Great work.
You watered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess. Scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, bosom, lace on firewall. I spooked and truce from trash sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing by my clothes too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. Your private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive jump. Eyes everywhere, that's 3 bird phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dancing. Bend it up to the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like, who's got the keys? Nullifier's huffing, you're just a rat with as firewall splinter to confetti bits. I'm curating leaps at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it. Coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti. Watch they rock on PI. Get homemade in 7s for time. Shaboom goes the efficiency pulse. The lad runs lagging in his latency sub. Professor Wade's got the future on spinball. Energy nodes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Wade's got the future on spinball. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. Crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the board fins, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Wade's got the future on spinball. Energy nodes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Wade's got the future on spinball. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Chaos is not compeller, or it's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prof? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial up found. Age, old speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Wade's got the future on spinball. Energy nodes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Wade's got the future on spinball. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Throwing me mad, running mad's just a beta test. A boodle, oh, he jumps sky. Just dreamers, on-chain truth, no middle schemers. Forking hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing. Buff corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last. And the hurt bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks. Cause regen biddlers stack in stacks. For we biddy let this city on sports and chains. We biddy let this city with regen brains. We biddy let this city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, code permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little it there. Some TradFi bro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's, if you chains choking Ethernight whiz. Found her at a bullet hook sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagron drools over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bop crack. Ooh, that lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. Architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Up to do with a do with a do with do with do with do 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 up a do with a do with do with a do with do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess, scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, bosom, lace on firewall. I spooked and truce from dress sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing by my clothes too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Jot receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. Your private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive jump. Eyes everywhere, match 3 bird phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dance scene. Bend it up to the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like, who's got the keys? Nullifiers huffing, you're just a rat with as firewall splinter to confetti bits, I'm curating leaks. At the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it. Coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti, they rock on PI. Get homemade in 7 for time. Shaboom, dose, efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency so. Professor Wade's got the future on spinball. Urgent notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Wade's got the future on spinball. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. nodes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the board fins. They cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Urging nodes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Chaos is not compeller. While hair glows, rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prof? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso stream through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs down a found. Old as speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Urging nodes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's.
Bridges much more trustless on Bitcoin. And this is, obviously has just wild implications for programmability on Bitcoin, DeFi applications on Bitcoin, basically making possible anything on Bitcoin that we could think of as being possible on any other execution layer. So this was a major sort of like quantum leap forward for Bitcoin in terms of Bitcoin DeFi certainly, and other sort of DeFi application layers. And we're very excited and thrilled to have the author of the original BitVM paper, the creator of BitVM, here today, Robin Linus. So thank you so much for joining, and I will give it to you to present.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm here to talk about BitVM, which is a way to build better Bitcoin bridges. First of all, the motivation. Why are we doing this? We as Bitcoiners, we want to retire Vitalik. So we want to build all the cool stuff that you are building on Ethereum. We also want to build it on Bitcoin now. But the actual idea is we want to scale Bitcoin to 1 billion users and beyond. And we want to have better programmability and increase the utility of Bitcoin and scale it as much as needed. And the key idea is, of course, that we want to bridge Bitcoin to other systems, just like in Ethereum. Ethereum, the hot topic here is L2s, I think, rollups and stuff like that. And we want to build something similar because most users won't be able to afford main chain fees in the long run. So we would love to have the asset BTC on side chains, on ZK rollups, on stuff like ZK coins, but also bridge it to Ethereum and other systems. And of course, that would enable rapid innovation, cheap experimentation, also privacy, and all the good stuff that we would love to have on Bitcoin and we currently cannot have because Bitcoin is hard to change. And ideally in that world, all these L2s would be interconnected via the Lightning Network. And for end users, it would be irrelevant on which layer they are. They could just pay anyone on any other layer transparently without noticing that the other user is on a different layer. However, the big problem is how to build better bridges. Currently, the best way to build Bitcoin bridges is essentially multi-sigs, so totally trusted bridges. You essentially give your money to some consortium, and you trust them not to run away with the money. And that is, of course, a poor state of affairs. And we would like to improve on that. And BitVM is a way to improve on that. The big topic regarding bridges is snarks. Snarks proof systems, it's an amazing compression technique that allows you essentially to succinctly verify the state of a side system in the main chain. And it's a huge topic, snarks, ZK snarks, here in the altcoin world. However, on Bitcoin, it's not yet possible because we don't have a snark verifier on Bitcoin. And the big question is how to verify a snark on Bitcoin even though we don't have these nice primitives that other execution environments have. And BitVM is essentially a hack to hack a snark verifier into Bitcoin even though Bitcoin is not designed to do that. And the key insights are that We can implement a snark verifier in Bitcoin script. It's not that hard. The actual problem is just that it's incredibly huge. It's gigabytes of script. So it's not very practical if you just implement it in the naive way. And we also can have somewhat stateful scripts. Ethereum is super stateful. Like, it's the most normal thing on earth that you call a contract and you change somehow the state, and then the next person comes and they call the contract again, and then they work on top of the state that you left. However, in Bitcoin, there's nothing like that. Bitcoin is completely stateless, so we need some way to hack statefulness into Bitcoin. And the third key idea is that we can use optimistic computation to make verification very efficient so that it actually works on Bitcoin. And now I'm going to talk about these 3 key points in more detail. First of all, implementing a snark verifier. We came up with a high-level script language that allows us to build more sophisticated Bitcoin scripts. For example, very basic stuff like unrolling loops. Bitcoin script is intentionally not Turing complete, so it doesn't have any concept of loops. However, you can unroll a static amount of loops, or like if you're looping a static number of times, then you just can unroll that loop. And we've built this high-level programming language that makes stuff like that easy. You can compose functions. We also offer more sophisticated opcodes than the base thing. And also that idea of non-deterministic computation, which essentially means you don't really compute the result. The result is just given to you and you verify that the result is correct. Just to give you an idea, for example, if you want to compute the square root is somewhat of like a complicated algorithm in our world. So we don't compute the square root, we just give the square root in the unlocking script to the script, and then we multiply the square root by itself to check that it's actually the square root of the number that we wanted to compute the square root of. That is called non-deterministic computation. So we don't compute the stuff ourselves, we just verify that the computation is correct. Now we use that language to implement a snark verifier in script, and our choice is Gross16. It has constant size proofs. It's a standard. It's very popular here in Ethereum as well. There's all kinds of good tooling. It uses mostly field arithmetic. However, the big issue here is a 256 modular multiplication costs roughly 50,000 opcodes in Bitcoin. It's because we are emulating it with just additions. There is no multiplication in Bitcoin script, which is kind of weird. So we have to do roughly 50,000 additions to do a single modular multiplication. And the verifier does roughly 50,000 of these modular multiplication, which then results after a lot of optimization in about a script of 1 gigabyte. That is already super optimized. We started, like the first implementation had roughly 4 gigabytes. Now we're down to 1 gigabyte. Still, the block size is only 4 megabytes in Bitcoin, so also the maximum script size is 4 megabytes. So we are orders of magnitude off here. That is the key problem that we are trying to solve. That actually we can implement a snark verifier, however, it's like roughly 250 times too large to actually execute it. So we need some trick to get it into Bitcoin. That's the big question. How do we fit a 1 gigabyte script into a 4 megabyte block? And the first idea that we need is stateful scripts, how to make Bitcoin stateful. And we can hack some kind of state into Bitcoin using signatures. Of course, we would have ideally just nice state as in Ethereum. However, we don't have that, so we need a workaround, and signatures are a workaround. And the idea is if we could just sign a value and verify the signature of a value in Bitcoin script, then we could enforce the same value for, let's say, X in script 1 and in script 2 with the following idea. Let's say Alice, she signs X equals 42 in script 1, and we force her to script 1 with a time lock or something, so she has to reveal some kind of signature for X. So she sets X to some value, and then anyone can witness that signature in the Bitcoin chain and can extract that signature and then can reuse that signature in script 2 to set X to the value of 42. And the key idea here is that Bob can set the value only to 42. He cannot set the value to 41 because he doesn't have Alice's signature for X equals 41. He only has the signature for X equals 42. So he is bound to the state that Alice set in her previous call, and he cannot change it. Of course, Alice could change. Alice could just give another signature to Bob, and there's all kinds of things how this state could break. But at least that's the key idea, how we could hack some kind of state into Bitcoin. And it turns out that this is actually quite useful and can do all kinds of interesting things. Major issue here is, again, how do we verify a signature for arbitrary message? It's not possible in Bitcoin again. Bitcoin is super limited. We can verify signatures, however, we can only verify signatures for transaction hashes. So these transaction hashes are given to us by Bitcoin. We don't have any choice which messages we want to feed into the verification algorithm. So we cannot use Bitcoin's native signing algorithm, signature algorithm. There is an opcode called check signature from stack, but it doesn't exist yet. It's just a proposal. It has never been activated. So we are kind of stuck here. However, there is a solution called Lombard signatures. Lombard signatures are conceptually very simple. That is because they require only hash functions. It's a very old and very simple signature scheme. And it turns out it's possible to implement it in Bitcoin as it is today. The main drawback is that they are very large. Just to give you an idea, regular signatures are roughly 64 bytes. Here, a signature for the same message length would be roughly 2.5 kilobytes. So it's a couple of orders of magnitude larger than regular signatures. However, they are still practical. It's clunky, but it works. We can sign bytes, we can sign 32-bit words, we can sign small hashes. That all works, and it's actually quite useful. Here's a rough sketch of how that looks like in Bitcoin script. Do you see my mouse? Yeah, here. So we have hard-coded two hashes, hash 1 and hash 0. That's the unlocking script, and this script expects a preimage, either preimage 1 or preimage 0, and depending on what preimage you feed into that script, it leaves either 1 or 0 on the stack. If you provide an invalid preimage, then it just fails. So essentially, the signature is just revealing a preimage either of hash 1 or the preimage of hash 0. That's Lombard signatures. It's super simple. And this is a 1-bit message, I should say, right? This is only a single bit. If we want a, 32-bit message, we copy this 32 times. There's a couple of optimizations called Winternet signatures, how we can optimize that a little bit, but this is the rough idea. And yeah, this shows that it's quite easy. It's simple enough to implement it in Bitcoin script. The second idea how to introduce state in Bitcoin is using so-called connector outputs. Bitcoin has that concept of inputs and outputs. I'm not sure how familiar you guys are with that, but transactions can have different inputs and different outputs. And we can use these to introduce state or to encode state in Bitcoin. Here the idea is we have some kind of parent transaction, and Alice signs this parent transaction or signs this output of the parent transaction, and she pre-signs a so-called conditional transaction. And in that conditional transaction, she signs her input, but she also commits to that sibling input here, which comes from the so-called condition transaction. Essentially, she expresses here, hey, Bob, you can execute the conditional transaction if you also execute the condition transaction. And also, if nothing happens to her connector, if nothing happens to his connector, if Bob's connector gets spent somehow by any other transaction, let's call it the alternative transaction, then the conditional transaction is rendered obsolete, and Bob will not be able to execute the conditional transaction. So we essentially encode state into the existence of this particular UTXO. If this UTXO exists, then Bob can spend the conditional transaction, but if that output does not exist, or if it gets spent some other way, if it gets destroyed some other way, then this conditional transaction will not be executed. So we have this nice way to implement some kind of state into Bitcoin using these so-called connector outputs. And now we are combining all of that with optimistic computation. Optimistic computation is the idea, don't verify, falsify. So we don't actually run the snark verifier, we just disprove if somebody ran it incorrectly. The key idea is that computation is only required in case of dispute. So we have party one, we call it the operator. They just make a claim. They say, hey, the state of the site system is XYZ. And everybody can reason about the state site system and can check if it's actually at state XYZ. And if it's incorrect, or like first of all, if it's correct, then nothing happens. Then the operator can just take money out of the bridge and everybody is happy and nothing fancy happens on the chain. However, if it was incorrect, then we disprove them. We never check that he was actually correct. We only check that he was incorrect. Or like we disprove him if he was incorrect. In Ethereum, it's different. In Ethereum, you actually verify a snark. You really run the whole snark verification algorithm. Here, it's not the case. We assume that the snark is correct, and if it's incorrect, then we disprove the snark. And in general, disproving something is much easier than actually verifying it. A simple idea is if you give me two large even numbers and ask me to multiply them, and I give you as a result an odd number, then you can just point at the lowest bit and say, hey, this is an odd number, so your result must be incorrect, without having to do the fancy computation of two large numbers. Another idea, Sudoku, for example. If you give me a Sudoku solution, I can just point out a single row, and that proves that the entire solution is incorrect. And yeah, we are using that for an optimistic snark verifier. I'm running out of time. How much more time do I have? I kind of miscalculated it. Yeah? 30 seconds. Can I, yeah? Oh, okay. The key idea is how to fit 1 gigabyte into a 4 megabyte script. And the key idea behind it is essentially we are committing to the trace. We are committing to all kinds of intermediate results. So let's say our verifier is the function f, and we feed into it the proof x, and it proves some state y. Then we chunk up f into 1,000 chunks. So we have f1 until f1000, and it produces all these intermediate results, z1 to z999. And they are like cascaded. F1 consumes the proof, and it produces some result, and that result gets fed into F2, and then that creates the next intermediate result, and then the next intermediate result is fed into F3, and it creates the intermediate result F3, and so on, and so on, and so on. And now we have chunked up F into 1,000 chunks, and then we can verify the computation of F off-chain. X and Y are committed into the chain, and everybody can read them from the chain and then verify the computation off-chain and get all these intermediate results. And then if everything is correct, everybody's happy, but if something is incorrect, then there must be at least one incorrect step. Let's say, for example, F42 of Z41 is not equal to Z42. So then we can just disprove that single step. We take the commitment for Z41 that the operator gave us, and then we execute F42 with that input, and then we will get the actual Z42, and we show that this is not what the operator claimed. So we show F42 was not executed correctly, which shows that the entire computation was not executed correctly, because the entire computation is only correct if all of the intermediate results are correct. Yeah, and every FI here can be up to 4 megabytes, so this gives us roughly 4 gigabytes of script that we can execute using this method. And that's how we optimistically verify a snark in Bitcoin script. Now we are using that to build bridges. Unfortunately, I have way too much. I thought I had 30 minutes, but I had only 15 minutes, so I have to skip over that a bit. This is an important slide. The bridge guarantees are interesting. We have safety. If one of the 1,000 cosigners, we have some kind of trusted setup where roughly 1,000 people can participate in. And if one of them is honest, then we have safety, which means nobody can steal any money from the bridge. And then we have roughly 100 operators who are operating that bridge, and if one of them is live, then the bridge is live, essentially reducing the guarantees to a 1 of n assumption. Usually in Bitcoin we have this T of n assumption. Here we can reduce it down to 1 of n assumptions. And of course you can become a member. If you have a large stake in the site system, ideally you participate in that trusted setup, or ideally even as an operator, then you don't have to trust anyone. It's trustless from your point of view. yeah, this is probably one of the most important slides, the limitations. The main limitation is that it's highly complex. It's hard to balance the incentives since it's like an optimistic setup and many things have to get hard-coded during the setup. We have to balance the incentives and that fees work out. However, as long as the incentives are balanced, the chain is not needed at all. It's quite efficient. There's another thing that the operator has to front capital, which makes it less efficient from a capital point of view. However, users can pay fees. Still, it's a huge improvement over other collateralized bridge that usually need one-to-one collateralization or even over-collateralization. Yeah. We created the BitVM Alliance, which is actually implementing that. We're roughly like 5-6 companies that are working on that. And we have implemented most of it. Now we are working on having security audits. And ideally, within the first half of this year, we're gonna see the first mainnet, first bridges on Bitcoin mainnet. Okay, that's it. Thanks.
That's just a beta test for Boodle.
Okay, we got the post-lunch crowd. I'm Will Foxley, run the mining pod and like the co-founder at Blockspace Media. We're a B2B publisher in the Bitcoin space, so cover a lot of mining conversations. I've probably recorded like 400 podcasts now on Bitcoin mining, which has to be some sort of worthless record. We have Mike and Emma to talk about two different sides of Bitcoin mining. So for a lot of people not super interested in Bitcoin mining in this crowd, right? Because we're at an ETH conference, and typically that would actually kind of be cast out and put aside, kind of evil proof of work. But that's not today. We're going to be digging into the tokenization side and sort of the things with Mike. He just gave me like a little grimace when I said tokens for Bitcoin. So there's a little bit of that. And then on the infrastructure AI side, we're going to talk with Emma. So I'll give it to Mike first, just to, actually Emma, you have the mic already. So you can dive into it, like your background and sort of your focus in Bitcoin mining. And then we'll go to Mike, and then we're going to open up the conversation and talk about these two different sides of Bitcoin mining that are both super interesting in their own ways.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Will. My name is Emma Rose. I started off, I'm a lawyer by training. I worked at Pantera as chief of staff for a while in venture capital, sort of crypto venture capital. And then joined Evertas as COO. I had become kind of pretty concerned with like the lack of like security backstops in crypto. So, a company that could provide real kind of insurance and coverage for, business people making sensible business decisions seemed important to the space. We in practice are pretty close to the metal. So we insure 8 of the 10 top publicly traded miners and globally roughly 60% of the Bitcoin hash rate. So we're both very kind of close to the miners, but also very close to when something goes wrong, we know. So very close to kind of like the security, kind of pit stops that happen. And then we also do a bunch of custody stuff too, so we're very close to the exchanges. I'll pass it over to...
Hey, Mike Casey. I'm Director of Software Engineering for the Meritech division of Mara. And basically, I'm involved with the template generation side of the pool and the sidechain effort, which is Enduro. I've been into Bitcoin really, really heavily since about 2012, just utterly obsessed. And then later I was chief blockchain architect for like 4.5 years at General Motors, which everybody says, well, what does General Motors have to do with Bitcoin? That's It was an exercise in frustration, I will tell you that. but now I'm working at Marathon trying to help build out side chains that actually pay miners.
Yeah, so Marathon has like an interesting background in this space, and they're called Mara now. Everyone's rebranding this cycle per normal. But for Mara, you guys launched Slipstream, which is a side service for anyone who wants to include a different transaction type into the Bitcoin blockchain. You can obviously do this if you have your own custom node, but it'd be tough without some hash rate. So you guys kind of put this together. Tell me a little bit about like Slipstream and why it matters.
Well, Slipstream is basically a service for direct submission of oh God, I forgot the word.
Non-standard.
Non-standard. Oh my God.
I'm here
so
for you.
non-standard transactions, which of course they're perfectly valid transactions. They're just not subject to the Bitcoin relay rules, so they won't actually go over the P2P network. So you can submit them directly via the Slipstream service to Mara, and if you pay a fee, which is typically denoted at a number of multiple times of the current going SAT rate, we'll go ahead and load them in our mempool, and we will process them, and we will do your non-standard transaction. We've actually done, like, I want to say 9 of the top 10
including some cool rap
inscriptions.
songs.
Huh?
Some cool rap songs. You guys
Yeah,
put
we
on
did
chain.
do, the Mac and Cheese, who was at French Montana, did he did a hidden track. He published it to the blockchain using our service. That was one of the record breakers that we did. It's been pretty profitable for us, and it's a way to extract that value that we can't do it, but it also offers other opportunities for people to increase the expressivity of Bitcoin. Another thing, Robin was just up here talking about BitVM. Now we can't do like a 4 gigabyte transaction. That's not going to work, obviously. But if they get BitVM proofs down to where they exceed the limits of non-standardness, but they're still able to be mined, then yeah, we can actually throw them into and just process them and mine those. So it's a service that deeply touches every facet of this.
I'm going to do a little editorializing for those who aren't super familiar with non-standard transactions. So basically, in Ethereum, you have like the ERC20 transactions, you have the NFT standard, and there's like a bunch of other standards that were created over time. And in Ethereum, those are kind of like API calls. Like you have different tokens they can move using these standards. Bitcoin doesn't really have anything like that, but they do have standardness policies where like you have to kind of form a transaction a certain way for most nodes in the mempool to be okay with it.
Well, one of the biggest ones is there is a strict limit under network relay rules of a 400 kilobyte block weight. So like if you make something that is bigger than that, the network will not handle it. But it's perfectly valid, so it can be mined. Yeah, but good luck getting it to a miner. That's why Slipstream exists.
Yeah, Slipstream exists for that. And so most people became familiar with this because of the Taproot Wizards block, 2023 with Luxor, and then a bunch of other Ordinals collections that filled up the entire block with a JPEG. And that's nice because you can actually have your image on chain with Bitcoin. Tell me a little bit about that. Is that interesting to you guys?
Yeah, and then that's been kind of our stock in trade. We work with various partners, and of course anybody's free to submit. I will plug the URL. It's slipstream.mara.com for the portal. You literally can paste raw hex of a transaction in there and submit it. And if it's paid a high enough fee, you can RBF it all you want. It'll make it in. And we do also offer a REST API, but it's not public. So pretty much if you want to drive transaction to us, reach out to us. We have an email box there.
Okay, so that was the stuff that was really profitable part of last year and a little bit before that. Let's go to the money side of the table with Emma and talk about some of the AI infrastructure that you guys are building. So this is the other side of Bitcoin mining, right? So we have on one side of the couch sort of like the software side with pool services and nodes and hash rate. And then on the other side, we have infrastructure. Tell us a little bit about like the security stuff you mentioned, because that's interesting. How do you guys sort of manage that at Evertoss? And then what are some of the other services that you guys offer and work on?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'll do briefly on security because I can't really talk about it that much, but and then maybe talk more about kind of the AI thing. So obviously, I mean, we are just so kind of, I guess, dominant in like the very large miners that when like something goes wrong, like we hear about it right away. And the result of that, like as you kind of iterate cycles, is that like we become very much security partners to our clients, to our insureds, because we can, as we're kind of quoting them, we'll be like, well, you should probably do this differently. And then we can make this like a much better risk, right? When we're like quoting you a rate for your coverage. But aside from that, I think like a very interesting trend that's happening right now is that as kind of like the Stargate thing, comes online and like in general the AI boom, happens, we're seeing a tremendous amount of, especially our kind of largest, most sophisticated clients, recognize that like what they really do, like their real like kind of close to the metal expertise is like managing a bunch of hardware in a data center, right, somewhere close to a really good substation. And so obviously you see this like, Core Scientific among many others, and now I recently Riot, kind of exploring that. But I crunched some numbers this morning, which I thought was like really interesting where, so what I wanted to compare was, Irene,
Nailed
yes. So it's kind of one of the most, efficient, just in terms of like their utilization and kind of like power efficiency miners. And they have a facility that's roughly the same size as the giant HPC AI, whatever facility that Core is building and is going to come online soon via CoreWeave, but for Microsoft effectively. And once Core pays down its debt for this facility, they're going to net $550 million in net profit every year for this facility. Now, if you take Irene's like profit for this facility that draws the same, it's 550 megawatts for both facilities, draws the same amount of power. If you annualize their January numbers, which like were pretty good, right? At like an average Bitcoin price of I think $88, they're going to net $77 million. So like, look, it's viable, but like the Bitcoin price has got to go up a lot for the proper trade-off for these various like industry players to be to like not pivot to HPC versus like continuing to do Bitcoin mining, right? And you saw recently Riot, which was building like what was purported to be the largest Bitcoin mining facility in the world in Corsicana in Texas. It's supposed to be 1 gigawatt, right? And they recently announced that they were going to take like the 600 gigawatts that they had that was kind of ready to go online and just make that into HPC instead, because it was a more profitable proposition. So I think a really interesting question for like people interested in Bitcoin mining and Bitcoin generally is like, how does Bitcoin compete in terms of like the mining capability that it needs with this like dawning AI demand for like a bunch of hardware in a warehouse in Texas? And yeah, that's something like we're following really closely. We cover the AI stuff too. It's effectively the same risk, right? But I do think it's worth like the industry thinking about pretty deeply.
No, it is, because you have two options here, what to do with your energy and your rack space, right? Like you can dump it into ASICs, and then you can hope that maybe fees actually rebound at some uncertain date. They don't even talk about fees in like analyst calls anymore, right? So Mike, you might have some thoughts on that. And then the other side, you can just go right into AI HPC. However, there's a lot of demand for that stuff, but like what happens over the next 5-10 years? Are you going to get squeezed out?
One really interesting distinction, right? So I mean, Texas is by far and above the dominant geography for mining, right? I mean, certainly in North America, probably in the world, right? But the difference is that if you're mining, downtime doesn't really matter, right? So if you're, the grid is overloaded and you have some agreement with like the Texas grid and you have to like voluntarily shut your stuff off, that's fine. Like your loss is essentially like whatever X time of mining, potential rewards. But like if you're running an AI facility, and you have to go down for 5 seconds, you might have to restart your entire training run, right? And that's enormously costly, right? Both in like time and also energy. And so there are some sort of like use case specific things that mining can rely on, and like that mining has to, I guess, like recommend to it for certain geographies, especially with like weird grids like Texas, that AI cannot, afford to take on. So, there's hope yet. But yeah, it's very interesting.
Yeah, I don't know if I can comment on that specifically. I know everybody in the mining space is trying to get into AI, but I don't really want to comment on that specifically.
No, I'm interested in your take on mining fees, because like you guys are. It's nice having you guys on the same panel because it is very different sides of Bitcoin mining, but it's the same question that anyone who's into Bitcoin mining has to ask. Are you going to go long Bitcoin with your infrastructure, or are you going to go long AI HPC? Now, right. Evertas obviously does like both, your insurance, security, all that stuff, but you are presenting that on this panel. Michael, throw it to you.
So yeah, with your indulgence, Will, so I got an exercise for the crowd. I assume we're Bitcoiners here. How many people here are in favor of raising the 21 million Bitcoin cap? Raise your hands. Anybody? How many people here are in favor of keeping the 21 million Bitcoin cap? Please raise your hands. Okay. So how do we make that happen? Because every 4 years, we have a halving of the block reward subsidy. And it doesn't matter if the price goes up. You're still going to get less and less and less Bitcoin over time. So unless Bitcoin's price becomes infinity, which is impossible, at some point it's going to have to switch over to a fee-driven mechanism, right? Somebody has to pay the miners to keep mining, otherwise it gets really ugly. So we have Peter Todd out here, and he is in favor of a tail emission. And before he said that, it was unthinkable. You know, it was unthinkable that we would ever violate that 21 Bitcoin. But now he shifted the Overton window, and it's now not unthinkable, it's merely outrageous. But I've seen stuff like this happen before, even in Bitcoin, where, you know, if it continues as it is, and right now, what are we paying per transaction here? You know, what's the fee rate, right?
It's like nothing.
It's nothing. It's nothing. And, you know, people are making a murder on Slipstream because it costs nothing to throw like a giant JPEG on there. But yeah, fees, we're, you know, right now, what, 80% of an all-time high? Or, you know, 70? And fees are nil, right? It can't continue to go on this way. We need more fee revenue. And that is the why we're creating Intero, because we need to drive more transactional revenue to places that pay miners, right? Otherwise, this whole thing's going to implode, right? Eventually. The fees have to come from somewhere. Otherwise, it gets really ugly. And then you get miners saying, well, shit, well, maybe we should increase the limit, and maybe we should have a tail emission, which no miner's advocating for that right now. It's fundamental. But, you know, if we don't address the problem and we don't find a way to get miners paid and increase the fee side of it rather than the subsidy side, that's the future we're staring down the barrel of.
I'm interested, Emma, if you have any thoughts from your conversations at Evertas about people trying to de-risk the Bitcoin mining side by investing in AI HPC. I mean, you had a great example there. So you already spoke to it somewhat, but like Core Scientific basically pivoting completely.
Yeah, so again, I can't speak specifically to any like particular clients, but this is certainly like a trend we're seeing across it. And I think it's actually very interesting if you look at, you know, historically the stock price of publicly traded miners have, I mean, fluctuated like 1-to-1, if not, you know, like more than 1-to-1 with the Bitcoin price. But when you saw the DeepSeek launch recently that happened, that like wiped out $2 trillion of the stock market, mostly Nvidia, but you know other tech stocks too. You actually saw sort of like Core, you know, so a bunch of the miners that have like looked at HPC stuff lose like 25 to 30% of their value. And so I think that's very interesting where like on the one hand, like that's the negative case, but there's probably a positive case too, where like you decorrelate the Bitcoin's, you know, mining stocks from the general just Bitcoin price. But yeah, I mean, I think it is generally a like sense that they can hedge, where like it is really rough to be a Bitcoin mining company in a bear market. Whereas, like, I think there's seen to be like a bit of a demand smoothing property of like getting into the HPC market. So yeah, I think it is a hedge, but I think it's also just like kind of a natural evolution of their business. Like their expertise is very close to the metal. It's operating a bunch of hardware in a data center in a pretty climate-friendly area, like that, and next to a great substation. Actually, one last interesting fact: the whole reason this Corsicana facility that Raya was building, which again, the one that was supposed to be the biggest in the world, worked was that it is literally across the street from a substation that is a 5 gigawatt substation, and that's why they were able to secure this 1 gigawatt, you know, facility capacity for the whole facility. And so I think another, to make a brief tangent, another like understood aspect of this like development of both the Bitcoin mining and the HPC data centers is that it is all 100% a function of the power capacity and infrastructure. And you know, you're seeing a lot of like land plots that were previously kind of valued based on the assumption that they would become a strip mall, or like, you know, they're in middle America. But some, you know, a lot of enterprising, mostly Bitcoin miners are looking into like where are the amazing substations, because Stargate's gonna have to build so many data centers that they're buying up these frankly vastly undervalued plots of land next to incredible substations, because no one used to care, right, or think that anything would ever draw enough power for that to matter. And you know, I think we're going to be in a great position for when all these start getting actually built.
Yeah, we have about 2.5 minutes left here, so we're wrapping up. And I think you guys have kind of presented both sides of the issues for Bitcoin miners. Mike, I want to throw it to you just again to kind of riff on the same idea. Like, our Bitcoin miners, they're de-risking themselves through AI HPC, but Mara is leaning more into Bitcoin, I'd say. Like, no plans as of now to do AI HPC, and you guys have Enduro and Slipstream.
Well, I mean, it's not really my area within the company for our AI HPC strategy. Obviously, we're leaning into it. We have hired several board members that have a very heavy AI background, so I'm sure there will be more to come on that. But in the given time, if I can just actually talk about Anduro, because I know we only have a couple minutes left. For anybody here who's watching the tokenization comments earlier about BRC20 and native Bitcoin tokens, I urge you to check out Coordinate. It's currently on testnet beta, and it's an implementation of Paul Stort's Bit Assets protocol, which actually has fungible and non-fungible tokens at the consensus layer of the chain. Now, the chain is a side chain. It is not Bitcoin proper, but it does allow you flexibility to do things in a more Bitcoin native way. So, yeah.
It's cool. I didn't know you guys had done that with Paul. Cool. Well, we'll wrap up.
We stole it from him, but yeah.
Thank you to Emma and Mike for joining the panel today. Where can we find out more about both of you guys?
Yeah, I mean, you guys can go to everdots.com if you need coverage or security services.
I'm the Black Marble on Twitter, but yeah, you can follow at Anduro on Twitter as well to hear more news about the sidechain platforms. And of course, check out slipstream.mara.com.
Awesome. They'll be in the back if you guys have any questions.
Thanks, guys.
Professor Way's got the future on spin. Plug in tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Running mad's just a beta test for Boodle. Oh, he just tried to do audible. He just tried to do audible. He just tried to do audible. He just tried to do. Not just dreamers, on-chain truth, no middle schemers, forking hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing, buff corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last, and the hurt bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks, 'cause regen biddlers stack in stacks. For we pity let this city on sports and chains. We pity let this city with regen brains. We pity let this city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. CK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, code permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little it there. Some TradFi bro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games, She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's, if your chain's choking, ether night whiz. Found her at a bullet hook, sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagron drools over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bop crack. Ooh, that lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Architect with the bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Up to do with a do with a do with you ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess, scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, bosom, lace on firewall. I spooked and truce from dress sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing by my clothes too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, flurry, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. Your private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive jump. Blood eyes everywhere, that's 3 bird phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomping blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dead scene. Let it up to the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like, who's got the keys? Nullifier's huffing, you're just a rat with These firewall splinter to confetti bits, I'm curating leaks. At the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti, they rock on PI. To get homemade in 7 for time. Shaboom, dose, efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency so. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. bumblebee. Optimize the orphans, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Chaos is not a compeller. Order's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI? Nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prop? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial up found. Age? Old as speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Throwing me mad, but mad's just a beta test. A bullet on She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's, if your chain's choking, ether night whisk. Found her at a bullet hook, sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagrange drools over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bah crack. That lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bluff acorns grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Architect with a buffercorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Up to do with a do with a do with do with do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess, scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it.
Which is great timing because then we also have an awesome Bitcoin panel directly afterwards. Not paid for commission on that one. So Lombard issues LBTC, Liquid Bitcoin. We started our journey back last May, and we launched the product in August last year, and we've had a very strong growth track record since then. I was going to say, can I get the slides on screen would be great, but they disappeared. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Okay. So why did we start the journey that we have at Lombard? Firstly, when it came to yield opportunities on Bitcoin, kind of post Celsius and everything else there hasn't really been any opportunities for retail. Opportunities which exist for institutions and larger holders in terms of more collateralized lending just don't exist. And likewise, what we've seen with Ether is the prevalence of liquid staking and staking to secure the Ethereum network. Especially if we look at the chart bottom right here, we can see about a quarter of all Ether is staked and about half of that is liquid staked, predominantly with staked ETH by Lido. Even though they weren't the first, they've been the best to kind of dominate that crypto asset market. So if we extrapolate a potential market size for Bitcoin staking or a Bitcoin LST, depending on market conditions, and maybe the best couple of days aren't the best for that, but we could potentially see a 250 bill, give or take, market for Bitcoin staking. Obviously, we know Bitcoin is proof of work. We can't stake to secure Bitcoin, but we can put Bitcoin to work with pretty much as close to native staking as you can get with Bitcoin script to secure other networks. So similar to what we see with EigenLayer, Symbiotic, we can use native Bitcoin to secure other POS networks. And that's where marketplaces such as Babylon have come in, and they're also incredibly successful in this space. They've got a TVL of just over, I believe, 6 billion in total. As the dominant LST on Babylon, we have about a 40% market share there. So that's primary one reason. Second is when it comes to, well, pretty much every crypto asset across chain in our multi-chain world, we have fragmented liquidity. We have different types of Bitcoin wrapped assets. all across different chains which are supported, not supported, different security assumptions behind all of those. But that creates fragmentation of liquidity. It's harder to be able to transfer across places. And that kind of lack of cross-chain composability, we believe, kind of it holds back, I think, a lot of innovation within DeFi, specifically within bringing Bitcoin to DeFi. And likewise, when it comes to Bitcoin usage within DeFi as well, we've seen WBTC be the kind of dominant asset for a long time there. Obviously, that's had some interesting kind of hiccups over the last couple of months. But we've also seen a lot more Bitcoin derivative assets come on board from Coinbase, other exchanges, and it seems like every exchange or custodian at the moment wants to launch their own version of Bitcoin for probably obvious reasons. So that's the lay of the land. At Lombard, our story and our mission, I think, is pretty simple. We want to bring Bitcoin to DeFi, to on-chain activities. We see a huge amount of potential, a huge industry, and I think Bitcoin serves as that neutral crypto asset, which kind of sits across warring factions almost of Ethereum, Solana, and others, to be able to do that. So I think there's an element of neutrality, which is equally as important, and especially when it comes to securing for economic security other POS networks. Again, I think Bitcoin is best placed to be able to perform that role. So Lombard at a glance, we had our seed round led by Polychain, Binance, investment from Babylon and others, raised 17 million, put together a crack team of commandos, and in a couple of months managed to come out with the first version of the protocol, which is based on very simple security, and we'll come to that later. And we've had phenomenal growth. So it's been absolutely amazing to see the amount of retail growth we've had with LBTC. In 6 months, I like to say 2 billion, but market prices are down, so I won't lie, but maybe another slide will later. But 20,000 or 20,200 Bitcoin deposited into Lombard protocol within that time. Over 80,000 wallet addresses, and we have very deep DEX liquidity as well. I think about 250 million, and about 75% of LBTC is actively used within DeFi as well, and that's pretty much our main KPI is actually the volume that we see for DeFi, not just the amount of TVL we have. When it comes to DeFi integrations, we're the first Bitcoin LST to be listed on Aave. That's been going successfully well over the past couple of weeks. We've had the cap raised multiple times with E-mode enabled, but we have very strong partnerships with all of the leading DeFi protocols. 1 or 2 left to kind of get to endgame situation on DeFi there, but we've done a great job of partnering, I believe, with a lot of the leading protocols to make sure that LBTC is useful both in terms of being a yield-generating asset, but also when it's put to work in DeFi. So we have LBTC on Ethereum, Base, Berachain, bunch of other chains, more to come soon. And we really want to see LBTC as that neutral public good of liquid Bitcoin. So to date, that means, as I said previously, 40% of Babylon's TVL and the largest Bitcoin LST. So being built on top of Babylon means that we're enabling trustless staking to secure other networks. It's still early days into the journey here, but it's a very simple value proposition, being able to connect Bitcoin to secure other chains. Obviously, the LBTC being a liquid version of a stake means that you've got all of the DeFi capital-efficient strategies that you can run on top. Part of this as well is enabling different verticals to be built on top of LBTC. We partnered with ETHify very early on, so EBTC, which is a liquid restake token, an LRT, is predominantly powered by LBTC underneath, and that's this was from October, but I think there's around $300 million in EBTC. And likewise, Sonic is another good example with Rings Protocol. They have SCBTC, which is powered by LBTC and EBTC. What's our approach to security? We take a very scalable and straightforward approach. LBTC is secured by a network of 14 of the largest firms within crypto, the largest market makers, infrastructure providers, exchanges, all commonly aligned to meet our goals. We use a trusted execution environment operated with Cubist, a software package called KubeSigner, which means we can layer different policy controls, different time locks, different withdrawal limits within that environment, and make sure there's no single point of failure, as well as we can attest to every software update within that environment as well. All of the signing operations we have take place within our own Cosmos app chain, which we call Lombard Ledger. That provides a central point where anyone can go and see all of the activity that's happening. But also beyond that, we have additional safeguards in place for any minting, redemption, bridging, with 2 different software providers here. So one is Chainlink. We're the only other company I know of which has an attestation API beyond Circle with CCTP, which is used to secure cross-chain bridging, just as a secondary check. And the same with all of our minting as well. Cubist specifically built a new product, which they sell to others as well, called Bascule, which acts as an oracle. So that's where we're at today. Obviously, there's lots of shiny approaches we can take in the future as well, which we're excited as technologists. But kind of in spite of our own principles, we have to go with what I would call a mature security setup right now, whilst having an eye to the future, being able to minimize trust via new technologies such as BitVM, being able to go from a majority N of M style approach for day-to-day operations to a one of N to be able to minimize trust. And then there's very interesting approaches in the future around how can we move to a zero trust setup to be able to bridge Bitcoin to DeFi for everyone, called Liquid Bitcoin, build that mindset and mindshare, but do it as a very neutral layer. So this would probably involve hard forks with Bitcoin when it comes to Opcat or ZK Verify, opcodes, which is a hot discussion and hopefully we'll see progress on, but those type of topics can obviously take a long time. So LBTC, as I've discussed, on one side, we are a yield-bearing asset. So we have yield from Babylon on different Bitcoin-secured networks. And then on the other side, it's our job to make sure that LBTC has great opportunities within DeFi. And that's a lot simpler version of that diagram, so I won't go into any depth on that one. So to date, we are pretty quick to get to 1 billion. Obviously, market conditions probably helped from launching in August and everything that's happened since then when it comes to macroeconomics and politics. But 92 days to 1 billion, faster than Lido and ETHify. And when we look at to 2 billion, similar picture there, 187 days. So I will leave you with a nice quote. Because it sounds cool, but also just to say that with LBTC, we're very much bringing net new liquidity into the ecosystem. About 3/4 of our user acquisition is from staking native Bitcoin and bringing that to all of the ecosystems, to Ethereum and to other chains. That's obviously a very exciting value proposition for ecosystems and for DeFi protocols. It's not just WBTC being traded over. A lot of this is from holders of Bitcoin, from hardware wallets, from exchanges, from hot wallets, and it's very interesting to see the spread of all of those acquisition funnels being onboarded into LBTC and then put to work within DeFi. If you're interested further, I'd recommend checking out probably our June dashboard. It's a great place to see how LBTC is used to date. But yeah, thank you for your time and really appreciate you all listening to me today. Thanks.
Tears, call me well connected, I call it coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti. Watch. They rock on PI. Homemade in 7/4 time. Shaboom goes the efficiency bow. flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the orphans. They cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Waze got the future on spin. Urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Waze got the future on spin. Plugging tomorrow with.
Here, this is probably one of the most impressive panels of all of ETH Denver. So we're going to start with each person introducing themselves, and then we're going to have a discussion.
Hey, I'm Raymond Pulver. I'm a founding member of Subfrost, also founding member of Oil, AMM, and yeah, happy to chat.
Hello, everyone. My name is Amos. I'm founder of Beehive, a Bitcoin staking protocol. And previously, I was the founding partner of MetaWeb Venture, which is a crypto VC backed by Sequoia, Dragonfly, SNZ, and more. And before that, I was part of the founding team of Near Protocol, was CMO for while head of Asia and product manager.
Hi, I'm David Shea. I co-founded Babylon 3 years ago. This is the fourth ETH Denver, actually, after we found Babylon. So our dream has always been to create new use cases for Bitcoin, trustless use cases. And we found this idea called Bitcoin staking. The idea is to use Bitcoin to provide crypto economic slashable security to any proof of stake chain. So we leverage the fast growing staking market to make Bitcoin useful again.
Hello again. So my name is Matt. I'm head of product at Lombard. We started Lombard back in May last year, LBTC, Liquid Bitcoin, as just discussed. My background is I set up a market maker called Raven previously, and prior to that, I was at Argent, the non-custodial crypto wallet running engineering and product. Before crypto, I was in mobile innovation and security at Deutsche Bank, but my kind of passion is always user experience and security mixed together. So thank you for listening today.
Okay, so the first question that I have actually is related to a conversation we were having, you and I were having previously, about what is an L0 and versus the infrastructure that everybody else has built. And so I don't necessarily mean to put you on the spot, but I do want to open up that discussion again because it was fascinating and I felt like I learned something.
Yeah, so an L0 is kind of a common feature of a lot of the projects here on stage. It's effectively going to be, I mean, if you think about the paradigm of having your L1 base chain network where you're doing your primary consensus model lives, then we have a whole manner of L2s that exists, especially on Bitcoin. We see many of those. But kind of like the unique thing about L0 is that you're one layer above that, where you're actually, in general, you're going to be doing some kind of MPC, you're doing some kind of threshold signature computation to ultimately extend and bridge Bitcoin, and maybe even in the case of Bitcoin staking, you may be providing economic security to off-chain protocols or entirely other networks, but using native Bitcoin currency and actually seeking yield and finding value for stakers. So in this case, but an L0 in general is really a blanket term for bridge technology, for interoperability and kind of bridging. And in this case, it's very useful for Bitcoin, which has very limited programmability. But an L0 in the Bitcoin ecosystem may look like, I mean, there's different threshold schemes that can make it possible, but Babylon accomplishes this and uses it in a similar manner as Subfrost to provide economic security to the network.
That is interesting. Do you have any comments on how Babylon kind of is similar, and if there are plans to do interoperability stuff in the future?
Yeah, I never thought of Babylon as the L0 protocol, but maybe it is an L0 protocol. We have to go and change our website. Yeah, so yeah, indeed, Babylon, a lot of the work is providing sort of basic infrastructure to allow essentially the events in an outside world, event in another blockchain, to make it understandable to Bitcoin. So basically, that's the core technology. And we leverage off that using cryptographic methods so that we can do it trustlessly. And so the main contribution of Babylon protocol, I believe, is essentially to be able to create trustless slashing conditions to slash the Bitcoin without any third party doing the slashing. So in that sense, I think there's definitely a similarity between what this gentleman talked about, L0.
Yeah, I think interesting choice in terms. For us with LBTC, we're really on a mission of onboarding liquidity into DeFi as quickly but as securely as possible. And I think given that Bitcoin isn't Turing complete, there's very limited operations you can do in Bitcoin script. Without a lot of hacks that we see with some Bitcoin DeFi, when it comes down to building a secure system and utilizing Bitcoin for security and economic security, that's where I think a lot of the projects we've got on stage are very interesting for positioning Bitcoin kind of as an underlying asset almost to secure a lot of different POS chains, app chains, and activities. So it kind of almost enables Bitcoin to become not just a financial asset. I mean, well, we all say it's a store of value in a bull run. It used to be an expensive pizza payment mechanism beforehand when everyone thought it was for payments. But really, it should be center stage for the coordination of human activity in a nation, in a way which is resistant to any kind of single nation state. And I think that's why we're all probably sitting here, is that kind of that shared ethos that Bitcoin has with the founding values of Ethereum as the world's internet computer, and being able to enable all of this the kind of explosion and myriad of different use cases to be built on top of a neutral crypto asset is the mission.
On that note, what do you have any plans, or do you have any comments or feelings about nation states that are starting to gather Bitcoin and buy them kind of for their treasuries or with their adjacent sovereign funds? And do you plan on having those as clients in the future? Just something that I'm thinking about now that we're having this discussion.
Yeah, I mean, we're actively talking to some, as much as I'll disclose, and I don't want to call any individual nation states out, as who knows who's listening. But yeah, I think the acceptance for central banks to be able to use Bitcoin as a reserve asset, as well as alongside or potentially instead of gold, is incredibly exciting. And I think within crypto, there's kind of almost two dominant crypto assets. There's Bitcoin, and then there's variations of USD. So I think in some ways, the whole of blockchain does act as kind of soft power for the United States as well. But that combination of stable payments and a potential inflation-resistant store of value is an incredibly powerful combination.
Not only institutions, not only nation states, but I guess in general, large institutions are typically very conservative with their Bitcoin. So I think there's where like Babylon Bitcoin staking kind of matches, because it's a sort of a trust minimizing way of earning yield, providing crypto economic security as opposed to other ways of earning yield. So I think that is kind of where we find a good match, and we are talking to large institutions.
Yeah, just to add on top of that, I think it might take a while for some of, I guess, the more traditional institution, especially some of the states, to be able to, participate in, I guess, like staking of Bitcoin or just BTC Fi in general. But there definitely will be interest in doing this, and there's lots of potential. But regardless, just be able to, I guess, take away a large, percentage of the Bitcoin supply of the liquid market. That itself will also kind of, increase the Bitcoin's value in the longer term, making more like a stable asset, which in turn actually going to be much beneficial, for protocol like ours, Beehive and Babylon and Lombard, to be able to, secure many different applications. So.
I think in the tech era, it's kind of inevitable that you would see some kind of reserve asset. It must evolve where it's least resistant to fraud. So I think in with the actual I mean, a lot of this stuff in like traditional finance, the way we do payments in general, other things. I mean, you may even notice your bank cards may get declined often, like for suspicion of fraud, things like that, because it's so like mainstream. Like all the technology is now open source to orchestrate like attacks against what traditionally we've used as systems of currency. So I think like Bitcoin being adopted as a part of like a reserve is only a good thing for the world long term. Just because with all the, especially in the new era of AI agents, I think it's more important than ever to have cryptographic security that can't be spoofed in any way. Because I mean, if an AI can generate any English or any language really, like with these textual models, then we need something that it really takes large numbers or mathematics of some kind to secure actual computational hardness. So I think like the world powers moving to adopt this is a very good thing.
Okay, I want to go back and chat a little bit more about kind of Bitcoin interoperability and what you think is the best kind of solution and use case for it. I know kind of Subfrost, that must be your thesis, but there don't seem to be that many other solutions other than like Xlinks, which I think the Alex Go team built. And if it's very important for what you're building, or if you're just planning on kind of like staying within Bitcoin or et cetera.
This is a question related to Subfrost, the purpose of the software stack.
Yeah, precisely.
So Subfrost is actually, it is an L0. It uses Frost as a cryptographic means to secure, with threshold signatures, a multi-party custody of what is effectively issue Bitcoin reserve notes. The distinction between Subfrost and other projects on the stage here is that we are actually issuing reserve notes to a meta protocol environment that we've designed in-house, myself and the rest of the team at Oil, which we used to build basically a smart contract infrastructure on Bitcoin L1, which we called Alkanes. So people may have followed some of the announcements we made over the course of the past year or so around proto-runes. Eventually, Alkanes was built on proto-runes as the first smart contract platform on Bitcoin L1 that is trustless. And it combines concepts which I liked very much that came out of Casey's research and launch of inscriptions and runes. So Alkanes kind of combines these things and we can actually kind of inscribe these smart contract concepts, and we can trade them like runes. So I think Subfrost, we just want to be able to issue Bitcoin currency into a dynamic environment that is programmable, that we can actually scale.
Amos?
I would like to, on top of that, because I just realized some similarity here. So the way that we architect our infra is that we're actually taking advantage of Near's chain signature, which is also like MPC-based network. And the goal here is that Near itself, at least one of the focuses of Near is that Near does want to become kind of like the smart contract layer for many different blockchains. But obviously, the largest asset is actually Bitcoin, right? So that's actually one of the main go-to-market here. And we use native Bitcoin Square obviously for deposit and withdrawal, but we use chain signature for slashing and rewards. And the beauty of this, we kind of have this like symbiotic, relationship with Near chain signature is that there will be lots of, use cases of, cross-chain atomic swap, like intents, powered by Near chain signatures. For the moment, there are, I think, like 11 or 12, MPC nodes. It's probably going to expand to like over 20 in the next couple months. But let's say if we're talking about, hundreds millions of, Bitcoin or like very strapped version of that, or even more, billions dollar worth of Bitcoin at some point, then you actually need like added security, right? So this is essentially what we came into place is that we actually use Bitcoin's, economic security to further secure this particular MPC solution. And as in return, we're also actually able to generate, system income from, those cross-chain swap and other, use cases powered by chain signature. So.
That's awesome. So as someone who's also in Bitcoin, I want to ask you, what do you think the best in the next 6 months? What do you think makes A, the Bitcoin price potentially go higher, or B, the number of users entering the ecosystem go higher, and C, what do you think like the new narrative is in terms of, I mean, obviously, Babylon and Lombard, you have very specific kind of things that your companies do, but like, what do you think in the next 6 months is going to be the most important kind of like thing that creates more traction and more users on the Bitcoin DeFi and Bitcoin infrastructure side?
Yeah, so I'm a technologist. I'm a researcher, so I'm not going to predict anything about Bitcoin
You're a very
prices.
famous technologist.
So definitely not going to predict anything about Bitcoin prices.
Right.
But for me, the technology-wise, I think one of the most exciting development is BitVM. I think Matt mentioned a little bit of that in his previous talk. I think this is in my mind, the only technology out there.
The bridges.
No, not only to bridge, but in general, right? It's an interoperability protocol. In general, it's a way for Bitcoin to understand what happens in the outside world. So bridging is certainly one of the big application. So right now there are many teams, several teams building BitVM. There are still a few challenges to be solved. And I'm really looking forward to, in the next 6 months, seeing some progress and maybe a MVP on that. I think that would be, to me, a pretty significant.
Do you think that's going to be possible in the next 6 months?
Yeah, I think it's possible.
Yeah, I think what I found incredibly exciting with BitVM is the amount of teams which are all working on it in tandem, all committing to the same code base, all working on it from a very kind of collaborative angle, regardless of all of their own interests and backing. So there's still challenges around it when it comes to liquidity of withdrawals and operator mechanisms and things like that. But I think in terms of minimizing trust over the next 6 months to a year, that's probably the best bet that there is, that I know of at least in the market. When it comes to Bitcoin price, who knows? I think I'll ask the question back to you, maybe.
I think I'm a little bit bearish on a lot of the federal government cuts, and I think we'll enter a recession which will force rates to go down, and then we're going to see crypto summer that's going to be a lot like DeFi summer in 2020. So that's what I think. It's going to happen pretty quickly, because I think people don't realize how much of the economy is tethered to the federal government welfare state. So I think like we may have a near mortgage crisis that was similar to like April, May 2020, when we had to shut down the economy for 48 weeks and literally stimulate people's bank accounts and ask the banks not to accept mortgage payments. Like I think it'll get like 70% that bad.
Okay, so some thoughts there. I think looking at the Fear and Greed Index the other day, I think, yeah, you're absolutely right with where macroeconomics might be heading. Beyond that, I think the velocity of Bitcoin when it comes to price movements is very interesting, because when it's going up and up and up, I would assume that more people would be happy just to hold and not look for yield maximizing opportunities. If they can get another 5, 10, 15% from DeFi, but Bitcoin's going up very fast, then it should actually be a harder sell for teams such as Lombard to bring more Bitcoin on chain and into DeFi. But we haven't seen that, which is great. So I'm completely wrong in what I've just said. But if the price is stable or slightly declining, then actually I think we'll see an uptick when it comes to staking and putting Bitcoin to work within DeFi. So the flip side also excites me in a way.
Okay, let's switch a little bit, and I actually want to have a conversation about open source software. So we've seen, in Ethereum land and Ethereum DeFi land, a ton of different vault providers. Some of them are actually working with Lombard. So Veda, for example, is a partner. Huge fan of theirs. Disclosure, an investor as well. What do you think about, first of all, what open source license did you choose when you were building? Why? And then do you think that there's an existential threat to the technology if it's all MIT licensed or not? Is anything closed sourced, etc.?
For Lombard, nothing is closed source. All of our smart contracts are public, MIT licensed. We have our app chain, which is, well, actually, that is closed still, so I'll correct myself. But we'll be open sourcing that within the next month. We're just wrapping up some additional work.
Why do you, so you close when you're doing the audit? and then you open
beforehand.
it. Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
So the general approach we've taken with everything is double audits, and then contest audit as well as a third kind of safety mechanism. Obviously, we have to be incredibly diligent with all of the processes we have. So that's why we have that in place today.
Cool.
Yeah, I think open source is super important, right? If you think about an example that we mentioned, which is BitVM, it's a very complex technology. And so it really benefits from having multiple teams working together, many pairs of eyes looking at each other's ideas. I think closed source BitVM will not work. It's just too complex. And so Babylon, talking about our own project, is always open sourcing our code. So.
I agree here. I think, especially for crypto as the industry, open source is also very important because people do want the ability to verify what's actually in the code, right? So I think having that is kind of like crucial for, pretty much like all the projects, on stage. It's just that, especially we're like securing like, other applications and use cases. People do want to know that, you're secure in the first place. And obviously we're talking about Bitcoin, which is an extremely valuable asset. So obviously, having that open source, verified by pretty much everyone like in the world can give people, a peace of mind.
Absolutely everything that we've done under Sandshrew and also Subfrost is MIT licensed open source. And I think the open source movement is paramount for ensuring the survival of the human species at large. I think it's like that ethos and free access to information is really what keeps progress. It creates the innovation that drives the value that brings prosperity to everyone.
Have you ever been forked? Has anyone here had their protocols forked?
As far as I could tell, my GitHub, yes, for sure. But I'm not sure of any notable forks like that I can mention. Subfrost is very new, so I'm sure it's not like at this point like if anybody's we're still kind of developing a lot of it. So I think it'll take some time before once it's mature, I expect that people will fork it. We want people to, because ultimately it is like it's effectively a driver for distributed peer-to-peer multi-sig. So we want people to build federated systems of finance and just form like kind of similar structures as like we're used to in DAOs, but like in ways that scale, in ways that kind of create new applications and new use cases.
Cool. What haven't I covered that you want to talk about? That's kind of, I want to ask everyone this question.
Anybody? I think one thing we could talk about is everything like a lot of the projects. Everybody here on stage is building effectively ways that we can create more value for Bitcoin holders. And I think that the actual reason that it's important, though, is that we can broaden the scope of utility for Bitcoin, drive more people, drive adoption, and actually drive real value into the system because the actual use case here just being for security, adding security to the protocol, even the meta protocol execution layer that we've come up with at Alkanes, that can create new incentives for miners even. The structures that we have in the meta protocol space are very real, just by merit of being defined, and we can create asset classes, and including the Genesis Alkane, which is Alkane being the asset class that we created, and but it is called Diesel, and that is an Alkane that can be minted once per block, and so we want to incentivize miners to actually try to capture that transaction, and once that happens, it's a nice example of like how we can create other assets and value for miners in ways that won't necessarily have to end when Bitcoin reaches the end of its supply. So I think that as we create more structures like that, and that's just an example, but like you can do also very complex settlement markets and other structures that can enable things like restaking and things that we've seen kind of toward the tail end of the Ethereum MEV craze that kind of was very recent still. So I think that these restaking markets are only going to get more advanced and provide more incentives for miners to keep adding more security to the network.
Do you believe in the payments use case for Bitcoin? You made a comment earlier about how you didn't believe in it necessarily, but I want to actually deep dive. I'm not deep dive into that, but I want to get a temperature check. So not to put you on the spot. I feel like I keep putting you on the spot.
I feel like I've been put on the spot now. Yeah, I think payments is a valid use case, but also, I mean, USDC has been incredibly successful in this space as well. When we look at the amount of crypto projects issuing debit cards and integrating with Stripe, etc., a lot of the volumes are around stablecoin assets. I do believe Bitcoin has a role to play here. I don't know if that's in tandem with stablecoins or instead of stablecoins. I think it was just the first topic which people jumped to with Bitcoin. It was the original idea. But as the technology matures and the payment rails get more integrated between TradFi and DeFi, I think we'll see it take off again. That would be my thoughts on that.
Yeah, so one thought, just follow up on about innovation, right? So I think there is, in addition to creating yield sources, use cases to counteract the security budget problem that you alluded to, where the Bitcoin supply reaches its limit. I think the fact that Bitcoin is the first blockchain. So actually, I was on a panel like this one last week at Consensus Hong Kong. One of the panelists said, why do you want to innovate on Bitcoin? Bitcoin is perfectly good as it is. I think Bitcoin itself is a big innovation, right, when it was invented 15 years ago. So I think we should continue this tradition of innovation and bring it back to Bitcoin and not just happening on other chains like Ethereum. So this is a bit more philosophical point, but kind of following the spirit of Nakamoto.
Yeah, I guess one thing I do kind of want to mention is that at least one of the questions that I often get asked about, staking and restaking in general is obviously, also related to use cases that are there actually enough use cases to generate, this amount of yield, especially for such a large asset class? I would say yes and no. I think for the moment, we're still pretty early stage on that front. But I think, obviously as time goes by, as more and more, use cases mature, I think they will start to generate some of the more sustainable yield, to different, protocols. And I think one thing that you also mentioned earlier is like a particular area that we feel like pretty confident in, at least in the short term, is actually AI as, I guess, like a sector. Like once again, we do have this symbiotic relationship with Near protocol, and Near also has a big focus on AI because the team's background and Near actually started as an AI project 6 years ago. So pretty much, I think, verifiable agent, I think, will be like a big sector, but also across, inference, data modeling, data collection. Because right now, the way that the AI has been run is pretty much all centralized. And I think, like, people once realize, the benefits of AI, but also the potential risk of, having privacy, of, having your data, to our own. I think people might starting actually look at crypto or blockchain as one of the solution to offer decentralized AI, and I think in that case this is where a lot of the staking and restaking protocol can actually come into play and secure and empower those applications.
Yeah, I thought that the last panel on Bitcoin mining was really cool about how they're repurposing the centers. And about how they're actually making more money than when the price goes up, basically. But okay, yeah. We don't have David.
One very small comment on your earlier comment about whether or not these staking yield would be
sustainable.
Sustainable. But if you look at the staking market right now, I mean, last year was about 40-50 billion worth of yield. So I mean, the order of magnitude seems not too mismatched.
Right, it's not mismatched because there aren't that many players as well. I mean, I know that you're funding, that Babylon is also doing a little bit of investment, Lombard and a few others, and But yeah. Okay, so we don't have that much time. I think we're probably just gonna wrap up and any closing remarks, but this was a great panel, and I think I'm really grateful that everyone came and that we were able to have an amazing discussion. Okay. Oh, thank you. I don't really know. Should we? All right.
They cackle and shout, self-sustaining hugs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spinball, urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spinball, plugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Chaos is not compeller, order's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prof? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial up found. Old as speak, young as each block, mind down. Professor Way's got the future on spinball, urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spinball, plugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Calling me mad, running mad's just a beta test for Boodle. Oh, he talks kind. Oh, he talks kind. Oh, he talks kind. Oh, he talks kind. Not just dreamers, on-chain truth, no middle schemers, working hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing, buff corns are still a-growing, while the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last, and the herd bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks, 'cause regen fiddlers stack in stacks.
In Bitcoin/crypto now for 14 years, but this is the first time I've ever been to an Ethereum conference. And I kind of want to get a sense for whether or not the same is true for some of you. So with a show of hands, who here has more BTC than they have ETH? And then who has more ETH than they have BTC? And then who's got mostly meme coins? So it's interesting. It looks like most of us are Bitcoiners. Maybe bi-curious Bitcoiners. We're a little bit bi, right? But what they decided to do is they decided to put us in the paddock, which is where they keep the animals before the show. I think that's symbolic. It's telling. The way I've been thinking about this is, maybe I'll tell you a little bit about myself and then sort of how I ended up on the stage. So when I was a little boy, I grew up in South Africa. And South Africa at the time was under an apartheid regime. And that was an unpleasant regime for not everyone, but most involved. And my family, who were Holocaust survivors, they could not stand the the apartheid regime. It reminded them too much of the persecution that they themselves had experienced. And so part of my family joined the ANC, which was a designated terrorist group. One of my uncles was actually involved in blowing up a train station. And I can tell you, that was probably the train station deserved it. It was an unpleasant train station. But as a result, a part of my family had to flee South Africa when I was a young boy. And because of the capital controls in South Africa and because of the fact that my family were under watch, it was very, very difficult for us to get money out of the country to the family. And so what ended up happening is my mother bought Bitcoin, or what we used to call Bitcoin, gold. And she bought these gold coins called Kruger Rands, and she would sew them up into my clothing and send me on flights because they wouldn't search children. And so I, for 2 years, was flying alone, getting money in the form of gold out of the country. And many, many years later, I was at Carnegie Mellon working on machine learning and neural networks, and I ended up by mistake reading the wrong white paper. And I read the Satoshi white paper, and it hit me like a ton of gold. I spilled my coffee all over my laptop. I then, with sticky fingers, wrote an email to everyone I knew, and I told them that this was going to be the future. And it screwed up all of my life plans because ever since I've been involved in Bitcoin. And I've been involved in Bitcoin in a way which for me personally has been extremely frustrating. Because what I think we've seen with Bitcoin over the last 15 years has been that Bitcoin has primarily become sort of like this asset that you stick somewhere, that you hoard, and not an asset which has truly unleashed to the greatest possible potential the idea of self-sovereign digital property rights and the ability to utilize your assets without having to go through intermediaries, without having to be constrained by the various governments of the world. And I think that's starting to change. And part of the reason it's starting to change is the reason that we're all here. So a few years ago, in the early days of Bitcoin, there were a bunch of efforts. There was colored coins, there was Omni, there was Counterparty, efforts to try and build applications, layers of defense, layers of decentralization around Bitcoin. And for the most part, these efforts failed. Bitcoin was not ready. But there was this young kid, he was 19 years old at the time, and he lost patience, because that's what 19-year-olds do. And so Vitalik went and said, all right, look, if we're going to build applications, it's just not going to happen on Bitcoin. And so what he decided to do instead was he took the full software, right, of an application and the entire virtual machine of an application and all of the data of an application and shoved it all into a blockchain. And Bitcoiners, including myself, looked at this and were horrified. This is never going to scale, we said. Ethereum said, no, we will figure out how to scale this. And not only that, we're going to make it green because there's going to be proof of stake. You see, this is all going to happen very, very quickly. And over the years, some, at least, of Ethereum, I think some of the value that Ethereum has provided to the world is proving Bitcoiners right. So here we are at an Ethereum conference, and there's a great deal that Ethereum has to learn from Bitcoin, but I want to talk briefly about how valuable Ethereum has been for Bitcoin, how much we as Bitcoiners have to learn from Bitcoin. And for me, the penny dropped because of an application in 2015-16 called Maker, I think it was 16. MakerDAO came out in 2016, and I'd always thought if we could figure out how to build decentralized stablecoins, it was game over. Because then we would have this truly sovereign asset BTC, and we would have rails, decentralized rails in the form of decentralized fiat that would allow us to spend it. But I thought it was probably near impossible to achieve that. And MakerDAO came out and they demonstrated that at least it was very, very likely to only be an engineering problem that we had to solve. And I thought that was a very, very deep insight that Ethereum had provided us. And Ethereum has continued to deliver over the years a massive amount of innovation for the world that I think we all have a huge debt to. To the point that we are today, we saw on stage just a moment ago, people talking about the future of Bitcoin and talking about ideas that really we owe to Ethereum, right? If it's staking, right? That was something that Ethereum drove forward in the world. If it's the idea of ZK proofs, like with BitVM type implementations, zero-knowledge cryptography only emerged to the level of maturity it has today because of the massive investment that was made by Ethereum. And so I think we have a great deal of debt that we owe to Ethereum and the wider crypto space. But we're at an interesting junction in time, I think, because two things are happening at the same time. One, I've been talking to a lot of people in the crypto space, and one of the themes that just keeps coming back again and again and again is a sense of ennui. They don't, a sense of broken promise, a sense of lost purpose. People in the crypto space are starting to ask themselves what the fuck they're doing with their lives. And the reason is, after 10 years since the launch of Ethereum, what has been built is mostly a casino. A casino with many, many clever tricks, but a casino nonetheless. And that's something people have been willing to live with for the last 10 years, probably without question. But what's happening now is that Bitcoin, all of us, well, most of us in any event in this audience, we're doing fine. Bitcoin's doing great, actually. The rest of crypto, not so much. And that is the kind of thing that, especially right now, where there's sort of like the narrative impulse around Ethereum is failing, causes people to start asking themselves questions. And so there's a question about whether or not they're even building the right things. And at the same time, for the first time, it is possible to start building on Bitcoin in ways that we've never been able to do before. What Omni and Colored Coins and Counterparty were trying to do 13 years ago is finally becoming possible. We can finally take arbitrary computation, convert it into a zero-knowledge proof, and verify that proof from Bitcoin, effectively allowing Bitcoin to have a brain and eyes to computation outside the world, and therefore to turn that computation into Bitcoin-secured computation, and computation which executes on Bitcoin. So I'm part of a project called Bitcoin OS, and we've been working to try and get to this point for many, many years. Many of us were working on Colored Coins 13 years ago. In July, for the first time ever, using a method not dissimilar to BitVM, we were able to demonstrate ZK verification on Bitcoin for the first time ever in block 853.626. No forks needed. This surprised us probably more than it surprised anyone else that we didn't need a fork. And then earlier this week, we introduced a testnet for the first applications truly using this, which is the ability to now bridge BTC to other chains with cryptographic integrity. And we're hoping to bring that to mainnet over the coming months. And so we're doing what we've always wanted to do, but I think one of the reasons that a lot of people have heard about Bitcoin OS is because of the fury of maximalists, right? Because what we're doing seems like a deep betrayal. The projects that we're integrating with are things like Cardano or Ethereum, right? The worst of the worst. We are therefore shitcoiners. And as shitcoiners, we must be banished from the land of orange and sent into the abysmal, I don't know, whatever, that place. The land of pink. And so I want to explain why we're doing this. And I think as Bitcoiners, and as Bitcoiners who are willing to come to an Ethereum conference, we probably all have a commonality, which is that we look at what sort of crypto has been doing in the same way that a parent kind of looks at their teenage children. And we say, look, you know, yeah, they're doing a lot of stupid things. They're gambling and they're doing this, this NFT stuff, and you know, they're doing drugs, and you know, they're kind of experimenting sexually, you know, with the color pink and spork whales. But there are children nonetheless. And what we really need is for them to come home so we can give them a stern talking to and integrate them into our family and into our world and provide them with the security that our home gives, so that instead of building just ephemeral casinos in the sky, they can use the tools that they've been honing to build decentralized stablecoins that are backed by Bitcoin, to build DeFi so that we as Bitcoiners will be able to trade without intermediaries, to build staking and lending and yield opportunities so that we maybe can put our Bitcoin to some more productive use. And I think by going out, as we are here, by being here, we're going out into that sort of crypto landscape, bringing our children back home and doing two things. We're solidifying Bitcoin's role as the central component of crypto, the ultimate settlement layer for all of it. And at the same time, we're bringing lost souls back home. So it's good for us and it's good for them. And so yes, all of us here are somewhat sinners because we're willing to spend our time with the shitcoiners. I think that's good. I think there's a lot that we have to learn from our children, and there's a lot our children still have to learn from us. And so over the next few months, as we roll out Bitcoin OS, as we finally give people for the first time ever the ability to do arbitrary compute on Bitcoin, to have programmable tokens with stablecoins on Bitcoin, and yes, bridge Bitcoin to other chains and therefore other chains to Bitcoin. I think we are helping to push forward this mission that we've had for all of these years, which is to allow Bitcoin to have layers of decentralization around it. Security in depth by decentralizing not just the asset, but also what you can do with it. And so ultimately, I think there's an opportunity for us here to turn all of crypto into a Bitcoin layer 2, and for us in that way to give crypto back a much needed purpose. Thank you very much.
Scales of justice ballast on a mental express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, bosom, lace on firewall. I scooped and truce from trash sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing on my clothes too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. Your private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive chump. Eyes everywhere, that's 3 bird phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk den scene. Pen it up to the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like, who's got the keys? Nullifiers huffing, you're just a rat with as firewall splinter to confetti bits, I'm curating leaks. At the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it. Coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Wade's got the future on spin. Plug in tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. Crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the orphans, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Wade's got the future on spin. Urging nodes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Wade's got the future on spin. Plug in tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Chaos is not compeller. Order's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prof? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial up found. Age, old as speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Wade's got the future on spin. Urging nodes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Wade's got the future on spin. Plug in tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Calling me mad, but mad's just a beta test for Boodle. Oh, he just tried to do all. He just tried to do.
I can't see any of you out there, but how are we doing? 3 o'clock? Hangovers are okay? They had a 12% beer at the BitVM night last night, and I had 3 of those, so we're struggling over here. But cool. Welcome, everybody. Hello to my friends who I've done panels with before. So I think we're going to try to keep this a little low-key. We're just going to rip. We got 20 minutes, as it says here. Just quick question before we start. Who has been following the Bitcoin L2 space, you know, like on Twitter and stuff? Okay, I see like maybe, okay, I can't see. Like, okay, a few hands, cool. So we got some builders up here, and we're just gonna get straight into it, talk about kind of what's going on, try to separate the hype from what's actually getting built. So first, before we do that, let's just do introductions. We'll go left to right, so everybody can introduce themselves to the audience.
Hello, everyone. My name is Matt Madonna. I'm CEO and co-founder of Arch Network. We are building an execution platform that is more aligned to Bitcoin architecture and incentive structure by bringing more programmability to the base layer and by building our own, essentially, a VM from scratch so that we could ultimately address the missing building blocks that Bitcoin has so that we can ultimately bring programmability in a way that settles on Bitcoin.
Hey guys, my name is Alicia Painter. I'm one of the founders of Botanics Labs and also the COO. We're building the Spider chain. It's a new cryptographic primitive that aims to be the most decentralized Bitcoin chain in the entire world.
And I'm Alexei. I'm the co-founder of Bob. We're a hybrid layer 2, so pretty much aligned with Ethereum as well. We use Bitcoin security, but remain connected to Ethereum and other networks, and are actively working also on BitVM, which hopefully allows us to build more trust minimized bridges and avoids using multisigs.
All right, and I'm Giannis. I write a blog on Bitcoin L2s and stuff. So, okay, let's get into it. Cool. So my first question, we need to go into this. Do we even need L2s? Because, Alexei, you've just said we're trying to build something that gets rid of multisigs, but the last time I checked, everything is a multisig and nothing's any different than using TBTC on Arbitrum. So do we even need L2s? Because it seems like we're getting a lot of activity in the market with just regular old solutions on Ethereum, et cetera. So what's the take there?
Well, I mean, putting the Bitcoin into the question, right? I don't want to open a debate whether we need ETH L2s and kind of go like this whole roll-up-centric roadmap or not thing. But for Bitcoin, we certainly need them, right? If you want to do anything with your Bitcoin today, you have to go to a centralized provider. We have WBTC, CBTC, which are really great products because they give you a way to use Bitcoin in DeFi. So at least once you're trading, You have self-custody and you actually see what's going on. It's much more transparent, much more secure. But you still have this custodial aspect of the wrapped asset. So that's certainly a problem. But if you look at Bitcoin, otherwise you can't do much. And this is a big difference to Ethereum, where you have an execution environment on the L1. Yes, it's expensive, but you can do whatever you like. And hence there's this whole debate raging right now about, well, do we scale the L1 and go monolithic, or do we continue down this rollup-centric roadmap? Bitcoin has no choice. Bitcoin will never add EVM or SVM or something else on the layer 1. That's not going to happen. So the only way for us to activate additional functionality for Bitcoin is by adding layers on top. And that's why for Bitcoin, we certainly need layer 2s, unless we're debating the question whether you should use Bitcoin for DeFi and decentralized finance. And I wouldn't go down that route because the question is pretty obviously yes.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Alicia?
Yeah, I think Alexei said almost everything that I wanted to say. I think you asked for a bit of spice, Janusz, so I'm going to give it to you.
Let's do it.
Which is that I think all of this activity that we're seeing, which is purportedly Bitcoin DeFi, is not happening on Bitcoin. It's also not adding any new users or new liquidity into the ecosystem. It's the same liquidity and the same 100,000 power ETH DeFi power users that are shuffling their money and then their activity from chain to chain, protocol to protocol, to farm for points for an eventual token airdrop. Every single Bitcoiner I've spoken to has never even touched any of these protocols, and it's because they refuse to touch Ethereum. And so I think as that, to me, is the use case for Bitcoin L2s, is bringing that to Bitcoin itself. And basically what's happening right now is a lot of this Bitcoin is being ported over to Ethereum, and they're farming for yield on Ethereum using the current DeFi ecosystem that's there, which is all well and good, but why can't we build that on Bitcoin? That's what we're fundamentally all trying to fix in all different ways. It's to bring all of that activity back to Bitcoin.
Totally agree with that point. And I would say that like L2s are kind of get seen as this like necessary evil, but I more see it as like the natural evolution to scale, ultimately like a layer 1 blockchain, right? So as Alexei mentioned, there's no native VM for Bitcoin. If there was, it would be completely obvious that we need layer 2 solutions in order to scale Bitcoin because there's limited block space, slow block times compared to other more programmable chains. So I think like layer 2s are essential for scaling Bitcoin. But like she mentioned as well, Alicia, we need to do things in a way that's actually aligned to the Bitcoin miners. Obviously, we have to keep scaling the security budget of Bitcoin. The only way that we're going to do that is filling up block space. So we have to do more things at the base layer. But again, how do we solve this problem where there's no smart contract controlled wallets, no VM to ultimately execute multi-party DeFi that is analogous to other more programmable chains. So I think that we have to take a step back and look at what are the infrastructural elements and building blocks that are missing, and how can we actually build something that's more aligned to the Bitcoin architecture as well as the incentives.
Okay, that's a really good point because like everyone here, right? Raise your hand if you want to get rid of Bitcoin's 21 million supply cap. Who thinks that's a good idea? No one? Okay, I got one person in the back. Well, whether it's a good idea or not, we're going to have to unless we fix the fee market because absolutely nobody is using Bitcoin right now. It is actually quite insane. So I want to talk about the application space, right? I think a lot of the time when we do these panels, we really dive into the infra, but like looking a layer past that, right? Like what types of apps are each of you looking to deploy on top of Bitcoin, ultimately with the goal of helping aid and bring more fees to help maintain the security budget long term. Because if we don't maintain that security budget, if we don't use Bitcoin, if we don't do transactions, the 21 million cap goes bye-bye and we have to do tail emissions. So what types of applications are you guys thinking about that's going to bring more utility back to Bitcoin and bring more activity to the L1?
Yeah, so naturally we're looking at, of course, like DeFi primitives that are going to generate on-chain yields from arbitrage opportunities and market makers who want to, basically do delta neutral strategies across venues and things of that nature. So like that's critical to building out an on-chain economy. So of course, these primitives that of course like are the same as you see in other ecosystems, like an Aave will exist on Bitcoin. There's going to be a AMM on Bitcoin. We have an app called Saturn, which is an aggressive deployment of our technology, which allows intramempool trading. So you can get speeds like a layer 2 on the base layer without taking on additional trust assumptions. So like that's a an example of an application that, first of all, is aligned with Bitcoin and also is bringing something net new to the space. But some other stuff that we're excited about is stuff that, like, are just not doable with other cryptocurrencies. Like one company that we're working with is doing, an elegant way of introducing Bitcoin as a treasury asset for companies who want to bring more capital efficiency into their processes. So they're using it for factoring, so they can borrow against their treasury Bitcoin, and then they can do more cash flow management and stuff like that. So obviously, a lot of these companies are not yet ready to hold Ethereum and Solana or meme coins or things like that. They want to hold Bitcoin. They've seen it on the news for the last year and a half, and they've seen Michael Saylor say you need to put a lot of your company assets in Bitcoin. So now they're wanting to hold Bitcoin, but how can we make it productive for them? How can we make it actually solve a problem for their business? So stuff like that, I think, is a novel use case for Bitcoin that isn't necessarily present in other ecosystems. So stuff like that we're also excited about. Okay, cool.
Well, thanks so much for bringing that up. I think one of the main things that we struggle with when speaking to Bitcoiners is that they all fall within that ossification camp. But Bitcoin is going to die unless we actually add some productivity to it as an asset. And I think there's an existential threat to Bitcoin as well with all of this ETF inflow, right? We need to actually take control of our Bitcoin back. And that's what we're really passionate about, is bringing Bitcoin back on chain. In terms of the use cases, speaking to hundreds of Bitcoiners, they're fundamentally very different from Ethereum degens, right? I think what a lot of folks are trying to do is copy and paste the ETH DeFi playbook to Bitcoin, but that's fundamentally not what users want to do or what they're like. They don't want really meme coin casinos. They want to use their Bitcoin as collateral, mint stables, and open a long on Bitcoin. Those are roughly the use cases that they're interested in. And what we're focused on is bringing those use cases to the forefront in as decentralized and secure a way as possible, and honoring a new user experience for those who haven't been tainted with the EVM of it all, right? I think that's really what we're trying to focus on. But one other use case, like we can talk about the DeFi primitives, but I think one really interesting other use case and unique property of Bitcoin is censorship resistance. So what's been really interesting is a lot of teams have come up to us and said, okay, we love Bitcoin because it's actually censorship resistant. So there's a social app being built on Botanix, and it's really interesting. They're trying to be a decentralized Reddit and topple some governments, and it's because they love Bitcoin because it's actually censorship resistant. So I think that's an oft-neglected property of Bitcoin that we also need to be highlighting, and that's what I think brought a lot of us Bitcoiners into the space originally as well.
I mean, I guess like there's a lot of it has been covered already. Looking at I think DeFi is very important, right? And one of the lessons that we should have learned from Lightning by now is that hyper-Bitcoinization doesn't happen overnight. People don't want to pay with Bitcoin. And telling people what you should do with your Bitcoin and saying, oh, if you're using it to trade, that's bad. Or you're buying meme coins, no, you shouldn't do that. You should use it only for these good things. That's not how Bitcoin works. And if we look at who's a Bitcoiner, that's always the question that we ask ourselves. And it's not just the people who have BTC in their ledgers and the Lightning users and the laser IMAXs that say everything's a shitcoin. I mean, who here has Bitcoin, right? I mean, arguably everybody has BTC.
Allegedly,
right? Allegedly, a lot of ETH users also have Bitcoin. That's what I've heard. Same with Solana users. And one of the things that we feel is very important is letting people use their BTC. And of course, what do people want? They want to earn more Bitcoin. So yield, even if we often shy away from it, is a very important side of DeFi. So something that we've been also working on, apart from Bitcoin-backed stablecoins, borrowing against BTC, and using Bitcoin as collateral and off-ramping that, and that's targeted towards retail. The one thing that I feel Bitcoiners really want, and Bitcoiners, I mean people on Ethereum, Solana users, a lot of institutional funds, they want to earn yield. And so for us at Bob, it was quite important to make that accessible in a way that is straightforward. So you don't have to deal with five different wrap bridge interfaces. You don't have to spend a lot of time figuring out how am I actually going to get my Bitcoin from the L1 into the different layers. And so what we're building is a way for you to deploy BTC into Bob, but also other networks, including Ethereum, and access different DeFi opportunities, but do so in the most secure way possible and in a convenient way that does not risk you losing your funds along the way due to a mistake, essentially. And of course, we can talk about security and how do we secure this using Bitcoin staking and BitVM and whatnot. But at the end of the day, it's also about just people wanting to use their BTC to lever up, speculate, and whatnot. And I honestly feel that if you look at Bitcoin and Lightning, that was always something that was very bad. And I honestly think people should do with their BTC whatever they want. And if they want to earn yield, then sure, why not?
I think the thing I struggle with though is is it really the idea that just building a better bridge protocol is going to be what unlocks bringing all of this like dormant capital as we see on Twitter to these like new DeFi protocols, right? Because like in the beginning, right, people are going to be not skeptical, but they're going to want to see how things play out. They might not want to be the first person to eat like 50% of their savings into this new L2. So when you think about like the onboarding journey for users, like what are some of the challenges that you guys are like hearing in the market when you're talking to Bitcoiners, when you're talking to institutions? What are some of the things they're bringing up that's saying, you know, maybe I'm a little bit hesitant to try out these new protocols because Coinbase hasn't rugged me yet, or I haven't been rugged by anything else in the space. So I guess the question there is like where I sometimes struggle to kind of see the utility for a lot of this stuff coming into market is who are the new users going to be? Because we've just clarified that all the stuff going on right now and all the TVL games is just the same 100 people just shuffling money around. So like who are the new users and who is going to come to market and take advantage of these opportunities?
I'll keep it super short in consideration of time. I think there's like different user groups, right? Obviously. Apart from the existing ETH users and Solana users and whatnot, you have institutions that have tasted blood, right? They have staked into Babylon. They've tried out a few protocols with a tiny amount of the Bitcoin, which still is a lot of money. But they will prefer institutional custody. They want to keep their Bitcoin with their trusted providers. And it will take a lot of time to actually get them over the finish line to use BitVM and other technologies unless we work with them from day one. But then the other users are the same users that buy Trump or go meme coin trading. It's retail. And I think one thing that we've seen people struggle with is figuring out what is DeFi, dealing with different wallets and MetaMask and whatnot, and actually also figuring out how they put their Bitcoin to work. And to be fair, that's not just a Bitcoin problem. And it's also, it would be unfair to say, oh, Bitcoin solves this. No, actually Ethereum solves this with smart accounts and a lot of the UX improvements that are being presented at all these other stages. But we as Bitcoin projects profit, because we can use that and then go and work with Bitcoin wallets, different distribution channels, custodians, and show them, look, you can now use your Bitcoin in the same way. Here are the risks. Be aware that, yes, there's custody or, yes, there's new tech, but if you want to, it's just one click. And I think that's where the new users are coming from.
Yeah, so I think I agree with Alexei on the institutional piece. We're not focused on that as much because capital will flow where there's yield. So we're focused on providing yield. And for that, and we're focused on onboarding users. And this is a little bit idealistic of us. We are a very idealistic team. Like nothing we do really matters unless we can actually onboard the masses to, using Bitcoin on chain. So we're doing a lot of aggressive education to bring them on chain. So we have about 1 million users on a testnet. Even assuming 90% of them are bots, that's 100,000 users. And we've done a lot of user analysis. About 20% of them are Bitcoiners who've never been on chain before. Like we had to teach them how to use MetaMask. And honestly, I think for Bitcoin L2s, aside from being the most trustless bridge, it's also a UX fix, right? So I think the onus is on us to actually abstract away that experience as much as possible and bring these folks on chain. So our focus is retail, 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 users, 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 and you're basically your parents or your friends who you had to basically force to get their money off of Coinbase and into some sort of a cold wallet. Let's engage with those folks, and that's where a lot of our education and awareness efforts are targeted, just because selfishly it's what we care about and it's what we think is going to advance the industry forward.
Yeah, I think that the two core groups that we're focusing on is, of course, developers who are extremely frustrated in the constraints that Bitcoin brings in being able to build native applications on Bitcoin. Because certainly they want to tap into the multi-trillion-dollar wealth that is a part of Bitcoin. So that's one core group. And then the other one is just Bitcoin holders that want to leverage their assets for yield to make them more productive. Like it's already been a settled, debate that Bitcoin is the best form of on-chain money, but even the best money without an on-chain economy is sort of unproductive. And so we have to build more of a native on-chain economy that leverages Bitcoin, the asset, so that we can bring more yields, which creates more liquidity flow. And I think ultimately creating alignment with institutional custody and those types of standards is really on us to figure that out. But Bitcoin DeFi is already happening. It's just happening on Ethereum, right? And most of that trading is levered to Ethereum tokens and emissions from that chain, which is why the yield from Bitcoin on those chains is not very low. In Aave, it's like less than 0.5% APY or something like that. So like in order for us to actually make Bitcoin more productive, we have to create those pillars and primitives that are actually going to spin off these yield opportunities, which is I think the major opportunity.
Okay, so I'm hearing yield, I guess, is the main use case that everyone... the next time we do a panel, I'll ask where the yield's coming from. But I guess we have a minute and 20 seconds left. What is your spiciest take, and what do you think what are you like super bearish on in this category?
Honestly, like I'm bearish on Ponzi, inflationary, and subsidized yield. For number one, I think that's like the major issue with Ethereum right now, which is like there's not actually true yields. It's all kind of subsidized rewards. So I would say like that's something that we don't want to necessarily bring over to Bitcoin. We want to focus on making sure that the on-chain economy is actually generating the sustainable yields rather than subsidized inflationary emissions. And then I guess like the whole Babylon concept. I know we just had a lot of staking panel before this. But I'm still looking for some proof in the concept of using Bitcoin as economic security, a borrowed economic security, because there has to be, once again, incentive alignment. And if we're just using Bitcoin as an asset to loan as economic security, and then those Bitcoin stakers are essentially dumping the network token for more Bitcoin, and then staking more Bitcoin to get more network token, not really sure how that ultimately affects the token of that network. So. That's my spicy take.
Okay, Alicia.
I'll keep it short just because we're running out of time. Bearish on points, bearish on grants, bearish on incentives, bearish on almost everything that fueled the Ponzi-nomics of Ethereum DeFi.
Well, I mean, I hate points. I think there's a problem right now where a lot of Bitcoin L2s have launched. There's a lot of pressure from investors to go to market, launch the token. Everybody's overpaying for Bitcoin. I mean, the rates that you see in the market with big LPs are ridiculous, absolutely insane. That's going to come down. That's just a matter of time. Now, to come back to your point about Babylon, I mean, I kind of disagree. Obviously,
We do only have 30 seconds, though.
All right. You don't have to. You pay in fees. You don't have to give the token. You just pay in fees, and the more fees, so you're aligning incentives with the stakers to help you generate fees. And of course, if Bitcoin price increases, it's great. But yeah, no, bearish on fake yields and inflated TVL as a metric, because it just like, if you look at a lot of the networks out there, Bitcoin and ETH, if you look at where the TVL is, it's just sitting on chain in 99% of the cases. It's not, there's no velocity, and that has no sustainable way of generating fees. So that's all going to go away, and that's what I'm scared of. Like if all that Bitcoin TVL disappears because it was overpaid for, it doesn't look good for any of us, even those that don't want to play that game.
Sounds good. All right, let's stop faking TVL numbers then, everybody. Cool. Thanks, guys.
Everyone, how are we feeling?
Mic check.
Are we excited for Bitcoin Denver? We've done a rebrand full through and through. Hell yeah. Amazing. Well, hi, my name is Rena, and I'm going to be moderating a panel on BTC lending, the hottest topic of this cycle, this narrative season. A quick introduction. I have been in Bitcoin for 10 years, give or take, and I've seen it all, and this is the most exciting time for Bitcoin ever. Like, this is the area where we're at kind of all-time highs, mass adoption coming on chain, and this crew has been building real products to actually use your Bitcoin and put it to work. So without further ado, let me introduce my crew.
GM, World Peace. I'm Jay, CMO of Liquidity, co-founder. We've been building the biggest BTC lending protocol on layer 1. We can basically collateralize ordinals, runes, BRC20s. We did over, I don't know what's the Bitcoin price right now because I don't watch the price, but like 400 million in volume, 90K loans on layer 1. And yeah, it's an awesome journey and I'm happy to be here.
All right, I'm Harper. I run product at Lava. Yeah, we do L1. We make solutions for borrowing against your Bitcoin. Bitcoin never leaves L1. Verifiably non-rehypothecated. Yeah, safest way to borrow against your Bitcoin, more or less. So.
Hey everyone, my name is Kendall. I work in the Near ecosystem. So we actually build infrastructure for teams that want to build very, very easy to use Bitcoin-based products. So we actually have a few different lending protocols building on top of us you guys will be hearing about soon. But yeah, basically our goal is to make it power the easiest way to borrow against your Bitcoin while being able to access high quality stablecoins like USDT on other chains and then access liquidity so you can buy more Bitcoin using that USDT that you borrow.
Well, I think maybe where we should probably start off is what is the state of Bitcoin lending? We haven't seen that much lending, and how are we bringing this on chain in a way that's sustainable and scalable? Because we all remember the last cycle, everyone tried Bitcoin lending through centralized venues and got rugged. And how have we evolved since in the last 3 years?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, how did we evolve? I mean, people, like through Ordinals, people started building on Bitcoin again. People are building on stacks, on different protocols. And I think through that, a lot of developer influx came into the ecosystem and people were thinking about different ways on how to build like lending on chain. Last cycle, we had the big other players, which were mostly trusted parties. And now we bring that on chain, make it decentralized, make it secure. At first serve for degens and people on chain, and then hopefully later on scale and bring on more institutional people, more people outside the degen ecosystem. That's how I see it.
Yeah, so how have we evolved since last cycle? With Lava, we have implemented like the first way to lock up your Bitcoin on L1. Like verifiably. So you can take out a self-custodial loan effectively. You send this Bitcoin to what's effectively like a 2 of 2 multi-sig on chain, and there is price data broadcasted to that contract that is going to determine like which path it executes on. And there are like 3 possible paths that it can execute, like the one in which you get liquidated because price plummets, the one in which you pay back the loan, in which case the collateral is returned to you, and the one in which you don't pay back the loan and enough collateral to cover your like loan capital plus interest owed is liquidated and the lender's made whole. And then you get what's remaining. So yeah, that was like a big, some big progress that was made since last cycle. Like, you're not going to get rugged anymore, which is good.
Yeah, I mean, only thing I think we'll add is I actually couldn't even name a centralized lender that's still, I'm sure there are some of them out there, but even some of the bigger players like Coinbase are using at least partially on-chain rails in order to enable Bitcoin borrowing. I'm sure nobody here is super satisfied with CBBTC, and that's fine, but at the very least, I think we've seen that pretty much everybody has come normalized to the fact that on-chain is possible and actually the right way to do things, and that we hopefully will not see very many of the same collapses as we saw, last cycle.
So you bring up a good point for CBBTC. Coinbase has done. I'm gonna give them one praise. They did the Lord's work on bringing people to actually use their assets via CBD Bitcoin. Now I wonder, they brought retail in. They're giving the access and such. Are we as builders here going to continue to build for retail, or are we going in BTC institutional only? There's been a lot of debate of, do you focus on one side of the market or the other?
I'll just start real quick, but I think retail is usually the pathway to onboarding institutional. I think it's very clear that there already has been institutional demand. I guess there's two different types of institutional, the way I see it. There's kind of like the crypto institutional, which is like market makers or these larger, like more crypto native institutions. They've obviously been borrowing against their Bitcoin and their assets for quite some time. And so I think like getting them to exclusively use on-chain is kind of a goal, or these more custodial solutions. But I think we still haven't had like a really, really succinct retail-focused Bitcoin lending experience that isn't Coinbase, frankly. And so I think that there's still room to do on the retail side. And then it's like, I do see that as a good pathway to actually winning like real institutions. When we have like normal company, like now that companies are starting to hold Bitcoin in their balance sheet, it'd be great to have them like borrow against that, like they might borrow against some of their other assets. And it'll be interesting to see which venues appeal to them most.
We get inbound demand from I'd say both at the moment. The way that you interface with the protocol that we've made is a mobile application, which naturally like lends itself to retail. But yeah, you'd be surprised. Like, it's a really easy way to borrow against your Bitcoin, and it's a safe way to do it. So the institutions have been cool with borrowing on their phone.
I would also say, when you build a product, you always focus on retail first. Retail users, at first you have like those nerds, those geeks, right? They see something new and they try it out and so on. And you need those people because they will use your product first. They will give you feedback on the product. So you can iterate, you can move, you can build something broader for the retail. And what you've said, like, institutions are coming because they see, oh, retail is using it, right? And I think to see it from the other way around, it's like harder to get there. I mean, our grand goal at the end is always like how to get to the big guys. But at first, in my opinion, you need to focus on retail. And I think everyone is doing great at this.
How do we shift, or what effects are we going to see with spot ETFs? Because now retail is buying Bitcoin through ETFs, so they likely will not be lending it because it's through an ETF. And how does that kind of impact going forward of what our market for BTC lending will actually look like? Because a supply sink has happened.
I think it's actually at first great because people now, like my mom has now a way to buy Bitcoin through an ETF. She wouldn't buy normal Bitcoin even if I tell her, like, please self-custody your Bitcoin.
Your mom should meet my mom. My mom bought Bitcoin in 2014, 15.
Oh, yeah, I bought Bitcoin at the last top for my mom, so NFA. But yeah, I think it's really important. So retail has the possibility to use ETFs. Of course, with ETFs, we have bigger players, we have sometimes maybe more volatility and so on. And through that first point of contact, we should try to convert those people to actually use that products on chain. But you always need a first point of contact for people to dive into an ecosystem, which is by definition really hard to understand for most of the people. Not for us here, but like for retail, right? So that's how I see it.
Yeah, I don't know if there are many implications like for Lava. There are some like interesting capital markets implications, but that's more on like the lending side. I think like yeah, if anything, it's just made institutions a little bit more friendly and like open to yeah, like Bitcoin curious, for lack of a better term. So yeah, it's been like a good thing for Lava.
Yeah, I think it's actually a super interesting point, the ETF point. Well, so for institutional, it actually gets a little more complicated because actually there are quite well-established ways to borrow against securities. That's like, but for retail, I think it's actually more interesting because a lot of times those products have minimums that are pretty high. Like, you know, most institutions, yeah, you can borrow against your equities if you have hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars. A lot of retail doesn't. So it actually might even be a good thing for on-chain. It'll be interesting to see if we can still capture the institutional market, but I do think there'll be, like, as we were talking about, kind of some good marketing that happens for on-chain. But for retail, I think actually it'll be even better marketing because they'll see, oh man, people are borrowing against their Bitcoin, but I can't do it if I have the ETF, so I've got to go on-chain. That's the only way I can access it. So hopefully that's what'll happen.
We spend a lot of time thinking about Bitcoin lending on the L1. Do we think that L1 can sustain these types of lending markets, or should we be looking at L2s, cross-chain perhaps, to actually bring this? And like, I'm clearly biased. I'm with Stacks. We launched our own BTC lending protocol, Granite, but we did that out of necessity because we felt that 10-minute block times were not going to be sufficient for certain cases of Bitcoin DeFi and lending. But I would love to hear how you guys are approaching it, and maybe starting with Kendall on the cross-chain side, because that's where Near pulls in.
Yeah, so for me, I think the most important aspect of this is not just how you facilitate borrowing some asset against Bitcoin, but what you do when you've borrowed that asset, and like thinking about like what are most users going to want to do. And I think I think it was said in the previous talk, like the most obvious thing is they want to buy more Bitcoin. And so I think the key question is like if we were going to have fully L1 borrowing, like that's great, but then you need some way to buy more Bitcoin on Bitcoin that's performant. And I think that the challenge with the 10-minute block times is that you just aren't going to get good pricing. It's just kind of not conducive to those like quickly flowing markets. And we've seen that, I think, a lot in like the ordinals and rune space, which is why some of the kind of more like L2 approaches, I think, have actually attracted a lot more volume already. And so I think the reason I'm personally bullish on the kind of multi-chain approach is that actually like the internet capital markets kind of infrastructure is like pretty well established, and there's actually really healthy liquidity on those markets. And so enabling users to, ideally, they can keep as close to their Bitcoin experience as possible using their Bitcoin wallet, paying gas fees only in Bitcoin, but being able to access those other markets once they've borrowed that stablecoin is really, really important, because like otherwise there's no real incentive for them to borrow if they can't do anything after they borrow. Then they've just taken on debt and are paying interest for no reason.
That's interesting. So like, they can't do anything for the 10 minutes is the.
So let's say there was a purely, I mean, there are, like Liquidity is a good example of like actually fully on-chain. It's like really cool. So it's like you borrow, I guess in this case, you're borrowing against like typically a rune or an ordinal, and you get Bitcoin. What is your next move? Like probably you want to go do something with those assets you just borrowed. And if you're staying just on the L1, then you have to deal with kind of the like honestly poorly functioning capital markets. Not that it's just because the 10-minute block times are like don't lead to proper price discovery. So I think like these amazing tech solutions are great, but like it's just you can't have good pricing with long block times. So we need other chains.
Okay. Yeah. That makes sense. With Lava, you can withdraw directly to your bank. So I don't know. I hear totally what you're saying about like the price action if you're trying to like enter another position immediately. That's interesting. But yeah, you can withdraw to your bank.
I'd be curious like what you see users. I mean, you probably don't have much transparency, but maybe in like user interviews, what you see people tending to do with the stables that they borrow on Lava, like after they've borrowed them.
Yeah, we don't So like, there's actually really good privacy implications with the DLC. Like, we don't know. Of course, a lot of people, they like going and like shaking hands with their banker that gives them a loan in like the TradFi world. So I have spoken to a good bit of our users. Yes, a lot are levering up. Yeah, just buying more coin. Others are, yeah, doing like work on their house, like renovations, like just kind of traditional use cases. Some of the bigger players are, yeah, doing more like sophisticated trades. Yeah, running some sort of a strategy with it, but yeah.
Do we think that we're in this era that EVM actually is something that matters and we need to consider it for Bitcoin lending? Most of us are very proof of work only, but do we need to go in a different direction to bring more masses in? Yeah, loaded topic for being at ETH Denver, and we have generally not have positive feelings towards ETH at this community.
I would say for whole crypto to succeed, people should try everything. We need EVM. We need. I mean, I play on Solana too. I like Bitcoin, so it's definitely needed. If we get more people into Bitcoin through EVM, I don't have data, but from a general perspective, it's really important. Yeah. But obviously, I'm vouching for Bitcoin, but we're at ETH Denver, so we have to comply.
So all roads go back to Bitcoin regardless.
I do not think about Ethereum ever. I don't. Yeah. No. I'm not one of those people who's gonna like get angry or like.
Move your mic up.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. If you're into ETH, cool. Like, ETH seems cool. I just do not think about it ever. I don't.
Okay, so ETH lives rent-free in your head.
So, I mean, Bitcoin is by far the most secure L1. I don't think anyone's going to dispute that. I mean, it was said before, it really is the most censorship resistant. I think for me, like my takeaway from that is like it is the highest quality asset. It's probably other than stablecoins, it's kind of like one of the only like truly established high quality crypto assets. So that's obviously really important. I think as we've learned from the ETH community, for anyone who occasionally pays attention, L2s are cool, but they're actually not they're part of a solution to scaling, but they're not a complete solution, and that's why like there's still a lot of discussion of how do you scale the base layer. And I think the learning that I'm sure all these like fantastic Bitcoin L2 developers, like there's some really talented teams, but they already are aware is like fees are actually not necessarily going to be that low, especially not in times of high load. And I think that's actually that's probably fine if you're borrowing large amounts against your Bitcoin or you're transacting large amounts, like you're willing to pay the fee. We've seen that. That's been proven empirically at this point. But if you're retail, well, that you get priced out. And so I mean, it's not even so much about an EVM, or it's just like other approaches to facilitating peer-to-peer interactions. I think we're gonna need that. And like the L2s, regardless of what VM they use, they're not actually going to solve the problem for every single user. And so like we realistically need to think beyond that. And it's like the ultimate goal in my opinion, for the Bitcoin community is like, how do we make Bitcoin the asset as just like powerful as possible? And I think a lot of that's going to be thinking about just like, we want Bitcoin to be used everywhere people want to use it, regardless. I mean, we should have like a hierarchy of the security assumptions for sure, and people should be educated on that. But like, I think there are going to be trade-offs that are worth making for different types of users that are just impractical to do without radical changes to the Bitcoin L1, which I don't think there's any appetite in the community for, and maybe never will be. Kind of almost hopefully.
Going to security, we last week had the largest hack in all of crypto, like huge scandal, huge deal. And Bitcoin for everyone here is very precious. It might be the most important thing you may ever own in your lifetime. How are we thinking about protecting that principle, protecting that asset that's so important when, candidly, we're putting it into protocols and exposing ourselves to risk?
Yeah, I'll try to be quick. I think we're we're wrapping up. But when you take out a loan with Lava, you and the lender, exchange these like partially signed keys for all possible outcomes of this like contract. Like it's a formally verified contract. So you know for certain where this Bitcoin can and will move. With the security, it's like solved, I guess. Yeah, with for lending.
I mean, just touching on that, we're using the same technology like DCs. So he was talking about outcomes. So for example, for us, like the assets get custody to that DLC, and at the end you only have like two outcomes: either the borrower pays back, or he doesn't pay back and the loan defaults, right? So therefore we can't access, nobody else can access. It's only it's only borrower, lender, and DLC. That's how we maintain security. Of course, as we try out other solutions, of course you have like auditing teams. You can work with the protocol you're building at, that they audit your code internally too. So there are different aspects of security. And
I mean, I think like so Bybit, why does Bybit happen, right? It's like, well, Bybit is a massive honeypot. I mean, they're moving $1.4 billion in one transaction. That's the best opportunity you'll ever get as an attacker. So our main principle when it comes to security is like, don't create honeypots. I think that's actually one of the challenges. Like pool-based products have gotten really popular in Ethereum because they are actually really good UX. Like you make a trade, you get the other asset. You want to borrow, you can pull money out. You want to lend and then withdraw, you have liquidity. Like these concepts are great, but I think that realistically they are kind of inherently insecure because like the less transactions you need to move the highest value of money, like the bigger target you are. And I think like if Bybit is, frankly, there are obviously a lot of things they could have done better. But I think that like if you are a target, if you are a high value target, you're gonna have a pretty hard time, being so like, especially with an organization, being so meticulous about your security practices indefinitely, like for the rest of time. Like that's a really tall ask for anyone. Like humans are just prone to mistakes. And so I think like the less times that you're moving $1.4 billion in one transaction, you'll be less of a target. And so I think that, for us, I don't know how pool-based products are going to evolve, but I think realistically, like it will evolve because I think we have created a lot of honeypots and we have to create less honeypots.
Well, I think our time here is coming to a close. So I think to sum up from these legends with me, we're returning back to fundamentals. We're returning back to Bitcoin. We're coming back to going back to what the mission of Bitcoin was, peer-to-peer, decentralized, and everyone here is building and running towards that. Thank you guys so much.
Tears, call me well connected, I call it drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note, constellation stuck to the ceiling.
Articulate the how BitVM actually works, like under the hood. Deep dive, technical. Anybody? A few. Okay, who here has launched a Bitcoin rollup? I think everyone basically has launched a Bitcoin L2 at this point, right? Okay. Really excited to have 3 amazing panelists today. Let's just do quick 1, 2, 3. Give us a name, give us what you're working on, and maybe a random something about you and Bitcoin.
Sure. I'm Orkun. I'm one of the co-founders of Citrea, and we have been working on Citrea for 2 years. And our plan is to basically introduce an application layer to Bitcoin for the first time ever in history in a most trust minimized way possible.
I'm David Searay. I'm with Alpin Labs, and our team helped pioneer some of the original concepts around building ZK rollups on Bitcoin.
I'm Yago. I'm working on Bitcoin OS. What we're working on is allowing for verifying any computation on Bitcoin using ZK verification, and then using that as a way to build programmability onto Bitcoin, as well as going as far as allowing not just applications to be built on Bitcoin, but entire chains to become effectively layer 2s to Bitcoin. So I would say our ultimate goal is turn all of crypto into an L2 for Bitcoin.
Awesome. Let's just start with what you're most excited about right now. You're all working in this area really deeply. Probably 3 of the top projects, kind of pushing the envelope. There are others as well. So just give me a little tidbit on what you're most excited about right now in terms of maybe it's technical innovation, maybe it's traction you're seeing, maybe it's mitigating trust assumptions, or whatever.
I think the technical assumptions, like the technical improvements that's been done in the space last year was crazy, and it's like getting more production ready each day. But for us, I think the most important piece is just get all the developers back to Bitcoin, first time ever, because most of the developers in the past, including the founders of Ethereum, were building on Bitcoin, but essentially they run into all the limitations of Bitcoin and realize they cannot build all of the stuff they want to build on Bitcoin, so they move to alternative chains. And they even tried to move Bitcoin to those alternative chains in different wrapped forms. But what we try to achieve here is basically the native smart contract layer in as trust minimized way as possible, so that all of these developers don't have to deal with external blockchains or external tokens or other things. They can just build directly on Bitcoin using Bitcoin security and Bitcoin as the assets, which is probably the ultimate form of how on-chain applications look like.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just say I don't think there's ever been a more exciting time in Bitcoin or our entire industry's history than right now. And as maybe like anecdotal evidence, I've talked to several people, and I'm going to bash on ETH like a little bit here, but some people are like, yeah, I don't know, like it feels kind of like subdued, like a little like ho-hum this year. And I'm like looking at this from the Bitcoin side, I'm like, I don't know what you guys are talking about. Like I've never been busier, never been more excited, like never seen more kind of like vigor in like the community. And I think in prior years, if I'm just being totally honest, like a lot of the Bitcoin narratives were just, they were cope. Like we had kind of like twisted ourselves into these mental pretzels saying that like, maybe we didn't need this functionality or didn't need that functionality. But now that it's actually becoming possible, even the most ardent of like anti-Bitcoin people are looking around and being like, this is actually like kind of cool. And I think I want to come back to Bitcoin, and maybe there's something real happening here. So for me, like we can get into the technical details if we want, but just high level, it's like, heck yeah, let's go Bitcoin.
I think I'm just extremely excited about the fact that we're so close now. We've been sort of realizing the potential to do so much more with Bitcoin from a programmability perspective, from a ZK perspective. This has mostly emerged over the last year. We're now in the final innings to bringing this to production. That is extremely exciting. And beyond the technical, I think it opens the door for us to bring an entire new breed of developer, not just to Bitcoin, but to crypto as a whole. It's going to be possible to start building Web 2-like experiences that are secured by Bitcoin. And that is like, faster than Solana, as secure as Bitcoin. That is where we want to get to. That is an extremely exciting vision.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think anything that has ever been done on any chain, anywhere, is coming to Bitcoin. That's something that I keep saying, and I think it's true. I think the last 2 years have shown people want to build on Bitcoin, and people are coming to build on Bitcoin. Let's walk through, how close we are. I know, we have 3 different people from 3 different projects, all pushing on their own kind of implementation here. There might be different ways you're solving certain limitations or certain ways that you're kind of trying to push the envelope forward. So curious on, like when can we expect to see something like this in the wild, in the real world? Like, when can I take my Bitcoin and start to play around with something like this that's like ready to go?
Yeah, I think I can share some of the news here. With basically, Alpen, us, and like the 4 I think other companies formed something called BitVM Alliance, and it's essentially a alliance to build the production-ready version of BitVM 2. I think like what Alpen will use in production and what we will use in production is slightly different than each other in light client design, like some other bridge-relevant design, but in its core, it's just BitVM 2, so that we just joined force all together and building the implementation. So if you go to the testnet, mempool, explorer, and search enough, you will see some of these transactions happening, actually fully complete on both assert and disprove transactions. So we are really close to being production ready, but obviously making a software production ready, especially if it is that complex, including the Bitcoin script, ZK verification, all the optimizations in the verification, it just takes time, and audits will take time. But I don't think it will be more than 2-3 months to hit on mainnet as a production ready version, not just a proof of concept, basically. And besides that, what we are building is essentially a layer 2 system, like a blockchain. And there's also a bunch of other components that we need to build, not just the bridge, but the sequencer, full node prover. And all of those has been running on testnets since September for us. And ideally, we also take them into mainnet together with the BitVM bridge very, very soon.
Yeah, I'll just echo that sentiment. All the major research questions appear to be closed. It's mostly just a matter of engineering at this point. Can the implementation that is being built be improved and modified over time and made to be more efficient? Yeah, like absolutely. But is there now enough evidence there to say, hey, like the minimal viable product to actually create truly trust minimized bridging? That appears to all check out, from the technical side to the economic side to everything else that you need to make it work. So that's hyper encouraging that we've taken this from like a cool concept to it's going to be ready.
Yeah, and I would say, bridging is just the first application. We had the first ZK verification on Bitcoin. It's something that's already happened. That happened in July in block 85366. Since then, there's been a whole bunch of ZK verification that's occurred in Bitcoin. Sort of weirdly enough, most of the world, and most of the Bitcoin world has ignored this. I think they're sleeping on it. The first ZK verification was hard-coded. We now have applications like bridging, which are becoming available, and we're also starting to be able to demonstrate the ability to do things like utilize ZK for execution of arbitrary code. And so we're in an extremely exciting time, and I think it's coming much sooner than anyone realizes.
Okay, question for anyone. Anyone can take this one. If you're familiar with Ethereum and Ethereum rollups, you have Base and you have ZK Sync and you have Arbitrum, and you can essentially move back and forth between L1 and the L2, and you get faster transactions on the L2, and you get cheaper transactions. Should people expect this same kind of experience from BitVM bridging and rollups built on BitVM? Or are there differences? Are there nuances here? How should people be thinking about this?
I think for us, actually it is much more unique than Ethereum rollups, because, for example, what Base does is just like make Ethereum transactions cheaper and faster, and they are exactly the same applications that you can use on Ethereum L1 and then the Base L2. But in Citrea's case, if you build even a most simple application, a DEX on Citrea, it's not possible on L1. So this is the main improvement, I think. I still count this as a scalability, because you actually scale the functionality of Bitcoin, and you now can build stuff that's not possible before on Bitcoin L1. And besides that, obviously, the faster block times is one of the features that we bring, and cheaper transactions compared to the Bitcoin L1 is definitely something that we bring. But basically, like some people in the space also claim that they reached like very fast, very cheap transactions by having the Bitcoin security. But it's all a bunch of trade-offs that you should do. You can easily build a side system where you don't do anything regarding Bitcoin, but just secured by Bitcoin staking or just sending some checkpoints. And it's not obviously as secure as a rollup on Bitcoin, but they just serve for different purposes. If you want to build a perp text, it's probably like you cannot build on a Bitcoin rollup, truly Bitcoin rollup. But if you want to build, let's say, a stablecoin application, which should be as secure as Bitcoin, the rollup is the only place that you should build those applications. So I think in general, we satisfy all of the properties you mentioned, but as well as adding more features to Bitcoin without changing Bitcoin.
I mean, over time, you'll be able to have the exact same feature functionality and essentially feature parity with anything that you can do on any sort of like Ethereum L2 or execution environment that you want. I mean, there are limitations in one sense of building on a Bitcoin rollup where it's like, oh, Bitcoin, doesn't have like clear finality and it has like limited block space. Well, I mean, you can create economically secured finality and pre-confirmations, or you can use off-chain DA layers. So, like, while there is a purist argument about some limitations that Bitcoin rollups would have over Ethereum, in my opinion, they're essentially negligible. And for the normal user, you'll be able to get essentially feature parity with minimal to zero trade-off in the long run. Some of this will take time to engineer.
I think there are basically three challenges that we're not going to solve so much as we're going to reduce over time to the point that they become negligible. The first is that right now, the system has to have a predetermined set of provers. So that means that you still have some kind of set of owners for the bridge or the smart contract or whatever it is that you're building. Those owners are extremely limited in what they can do. So it's not like there's some third party who owns it, but that's one limitation. Second limitation is around liquidity. Most users, unless they are sort of one of the provers, initially will not be able to independently deposit. And so there will be sort of like some kind of atomic interaction or atomic swap occurring around bridging or around smart contract activity. And then the third is that Bitcoin has very limited availability for what's called DA, data availability, or really writing out all of the transaction data of whatever external compute environment Bitcoin is turning to. I think there's ways that you could mitigate this completely, but certainly I think over the course of the coming year, there's going to be sort of a sliding scale of the use case that you have and how important the security assumptions that data availability introduce are. For most users, that's not going to be important, but I think one of the cool things that Cetera are doing is they're trying to do all of their transaction data on Bitcoin to achieve full parity with Bitcoin or get very, very close to it. And then other systems are taking other trust assumptions. So we're going to see a sliding scale, certainly initially, and I expect that over time they will tend to collapse towards very, very close to true trustlessness in every sense of the word.
David, Orkin, do you agree on limitations there for BitVM? Would you add any?
Yeah, well, I mean, there is like a subtle difference, I think, between like the BitVM implementation that like us at Alpin and Cetera are going with versus like what Bitcoin OS is going with. Like, I think Bitcoin OS is using like BitVM 1 versus like we're going with BitVM 2. And to be honest, both definitely have merits. There's like a certain set of trade-offs, and I think eventually over time, like these will be both optimized to where they end up near a very similar place. But there is like some subtle trade-offs here, if that's what you're asking, between kind of like our version of BitVM that we're using to secure versus like a different BitVM implementation.
Yeah, can you lean into the limitations then on the BitVM side that you're building?
Basically, like on all of these bridges, it's like an optimistic ZK verification. It means that you create this bridge, and you're going to optimistically assume that that all of the deposits and withdrawals are honest, unless one person says, "Hey, wait a second, this looks really sketch. I'm going to challenge this." And when that challenge occurs, then you go through this kind of like hacking in of ZK verification into Bitcoin. The TLDR is BitVM 1 paradigm says, look, this challenge process is very cheap, but it can take longer time to play out. It can take Yes. Originally it was like 6 months, and then it's 30 days, and it kind of varies. But the trade-off is that it's cheaper on-chain cost, but potentially longer time to arbitrate. BitVM 2 says, look, it could be exceptionally expensive to arbitrate, but we can do it much quicker. And then in both cases, it's like BitVM 1, can you get the challenge response period down to a shorter time period to be closer to BitVM 2? And then in BitVM 2's case, it's can we optimize the on-chain cost to be closer to BitVM 1?
And it's still kind of like a trade-off. Basically, in the BitVM 1 approach, you have this very cheap verification so that anyone can easily verify. But this means operator has to kind of like rotate the liquidity much longer, so they need more liquidity whenever a withdrawal happens. But in this case, BitVM 2 basically makes the time extremely short. So in order to disprove, you have to have like more money to disprove. But in the end, the operators can cycle the liquidity very, very quickly so that you don't run into liquidity issues as much as the BitVM 1 implementation. It's a trade-off. Like one can choose the other and the other can choose this. And you can always also change these systems and improve. Because when the BitVM basically paper released, everyone said, okay, like this is very interesting and we will build this. And even the Robin, basically, they started to build the BitVM 1. And in the middle, they realized there's a quicker way of doing this. And they shifted to BitVM 2. So these things always change. Maybe there will be BitVM 3. Hope not, but maybe. But if that happens, we will just switch to it. Because whatever kind of provides the best trust assumption and trade-offs for our system, we will just use it.
So just to clarify, we're actually not building BitVM 1. We're building, all of us are sort of building as part of the BitVM paradigm. The specific implementation that we're utilizing is called Bitsnark. And Bitsnark has, so the current sort of distinction in terms of time length is BitVM 2, the assumption is you're going to need 3 transactions for a full challenge process. We're currently utilizing 6, but they're much, much, much smaller, and you can put multiple transactions into a single block. So I think in terms of the amount of time to finality, the differences from an actual user perspective, the time that you wait, there may be no difference at all.
All right, let's talk about upgrading Bitcoin in the context of BitVM and ZK rollups. First of all, like, do we need to upgrade Bitcoin? Like, knowing what you know now, all of the inner workings about the BitVM Alliance and BitVM 2 and how all these models are going to play out, are you currently satisfied with what the Bitcoin layer 1 can provide to you? Or do you wish that we would still add some kind of lower level opcode that's going to just make what you're doing a lot easier?
I think in general, Bitcoin should always keep improving. It is not, I think like we are not anywhere close to saying that, okay, Bitcoin is now finalized and we should just freeze everything and it should be like that. I think Bitcoin should keep soft forking once in every 2-3 years, maybe even sooner than that. So in the context of BitVM and the ZK rollups, basically, what we would benefit most is the native ZK verification and basically a covenant opcode so that we don't have to do the optimistic trick and we don't have this operator limitation basically. But it's like either 2 separate opcodes, it's just OPCAT, maybe satisfy both of them, so it's just OPCAT is enough for us. But in general, I think what we try to do is we can just like keep arguing about this for 10 more years, but it doesn't probably change anything. Instead, what we try to do is just like build the ZK rollup in the most possible way today. This is BitVM. And then once people start to use it and like see the advantages where they can have account abstraction, where they can have DCA buy orders without trusting anyone, like all of these stuff, then they simply don't need to go to these centralized and custodial solutions. And then we can just say that, okay, if you want to make this trustless instead of trust minimized, let's just add this opcode. This is how we see it. We first want to show the benefits and then ask for an improvement over Bitcoin. But it should just like, we should having these conversations. And even though like a much smaller opcodes, I will say like benefits ZK proof, still benefits BitVM, which is like CTV or checksig from stack, all kind of benefits BitVM. But in general, I think CAT is the most promising one to just like get all the benefits all together.
Yeah, to be honest, I really don't care. Just, pass in anything. Just prove that Bitcoin still has the ability to do it. And I think if we keep building what we're doing with BitVM, like I think naturally it will happen. Like the builders are in control. Before the BitVM paradigm, we could complain about a soft fork, but we ultimately had no power. Like the ossifiers would just say, well, too bad, like go and fork Bitcoin, like good luck with that. Now it's like we can build this stuff with pretty dang good trust assumptions, not perfect, but pretty dang good ones. And now the ossifiers are coming to us and being like, please, like don't build the thing. It's like, well, too bad, like why don't you guys go fork Bitcoin and like, fork us out. So I think the Overton window in Bitcoin world is shifting, that people are becoming more open to being like, okay, maybe a soft fork isn't this death wish, and maybe we do want to improve the protocol. It's a slow burn, but I think it's happening.
I think this is perfect. We're like represent the entire spectrum of let's change Bitcoin. I don't have a strong opinion to. Don't get your damn hands off my Bitcoin, right? So my view is every single fork is like open heart surgery. You don't do it unless you absolutely have to. If anything, I think the work that we're all demonstrating here is that you can just get a lot of the health benefits without doing the surgery just by going to the gym. Like we're now demonstrating the ability to bring all of this functionality to Bitcoin through better use of cryptography rather than sort of trying to actually change the implementation of Bitcoin and our consensus itself. And I think there's no end in sight. We're only just starting to shake that tree. So my view is there is a potential risk out there to Bitcoin. That is quantum security. Potentially, that might require a hard fork. I would need to be, very, very convinced that we really need to do something before I would get on board with other forms of open heart surgery.
I want to be clear, I don't agree with that position. I respect it, but I don't agree with it, and I think it leads to like massive complacency in people that don't actually understand like some of the technical nuances. Be like, oh, Yago is like a smart guy. I trust him. He said ossify, and it like forces them to not actually understand like the underlying technical arguments of why, and they're almost like placing their trust in a respected figure like Yago, when in reality it's like no, like
like give me an example.
We have 30 seconds.
Well,
Go.
okay,
quickly.
Sure. Like you still have a one-of-n trust assumption. Like if we actually want to bring like ZK verification and like zero-knowledge privacy, like do you really want to introduce privacy?
That's exactly what I'm saying. Like you want to. I don't see that as a mortal danger to Bitcoin. I don't see that brings us any additional functionality that we require. And so I'm saying, get your hands off my Bitcoin.
I mean, Yago's been on record. You go through looking at his tweets where he's supported soft forks in the past. So maybe we got to dig into that and understand like what's different now.
Next year, soft fork panel. Really excited for this. We can do a one-on-one debate. Thanks so much, everyone. Panel was fantastic.
Are still a growing while the world is breaking down. We're regen in a new
do.
The flippening has occurred.
Yeah.
Like no more ETH Denver. It's BTC Denver.
Yeah, I mean, we're hot right now.
I mean, it was inevitable, right?
Yeah. All right, guys, let's get going. We got Dan here from Asymmetric, Rena from Trust Machines. We're going to be talking about Bitcoin DeFi on Bitcoin versus Bitcoin DeFi on Ethereum. But before we kind of get into it, I kind of want to ask, so Dan, can you just define what Bitcoin DeFi is, maybe for people that just like don't know?
But that's a very good question. I think my kind of subjective take on it is that Bitcoin DeFi is trying to build DeFi on Bitcoin in any sort of manner that has some level of connectivity to the Bitcoin blockchain, that utilizes wrapped Bitcoin, or in some degree touches Bitcoin, which I know is quite broad, but when you start to look at how L2s are built, how Bitcoin's being used on, say, Ethereum and whatnot, it becomes quite fuzzy over what is DeFi activity or not, or like what is decentralized finance on Bitcoin. Because you have, like on Bitcoin itself, you have ordinals, right, occurring on the base layer. But is that the base layer, or is that more of like running an indexer and you're interpreting base layer activities to be what you want it to be? On an L2, you've got bridged Bitcoin that's operating on the L2. So there's a lot of people, I think, that gatekeep over what is like a true L2 or what is Bitcoin DeFi, and I'm a little bit more permissive with my definition of it.
Yeah, totally. And Rena, so at Trust Machines, you guys are one of the early pioneers of Bitcoin DeFi, I would say. I give you guys a lot of credit for that. What gets you excited about Bitcoin DeFi for being in it so long and seeing the evolution of it till now?
I think it's the chance to finally put assets to work. Like we've all been holding our Bitcoin for years on end, and we keep it in cold storage, and we set it and forget it. But there is now a new opportunity to lend your Bitcoin on chain, not what happened with Celsius and such. Like to do it in a way that's on chain and scalable for anybody to use. And like why I'm so passionate about Bitcoin DeFi is we're finally like seeing Satoshi's vision, in my opinion, of he created Bitcoin so that you would have an inflationary hedge or some other alternative to banking system. We're creating DeFi so that people who may not have access to banking or anything like that can actually get loans from an asset that's accessible to anyone. And like we're really proud of like the protocol we launched, Granite, where you can actually do Bitcoin-based loans on chain, and anyone in America, anyone in the globe can use it.
Love that. All right, let's get into the spicy stuff. So, all right, Bitcoin DeFi, I guess we can all agree that like we'll call it 90% of it actually exists on Ethereum in the form of wrapped Bitcoin, TBTC, CBBTC, right, on Aave and Maker, right? So like that's just the reality today. We know that's changing, but is that a problem you guys see? Like the fact that Bitcoin DeFi it's not on Bitcoin, right? Like, what are your thoughts on that, Dan? Do you want to start us off?
Well, at Asymmetric, we invest exclusively in the Bitcoin DeFi category, so naturally I'm bullish on Bitcoin DeFi becoming a thing, and I was an early advisor to Trust Machines, so I've been looking at this category for quite some time. In fact, when I left Kraken, I used to be CMO at Kraken. When I left Kraken in 2022, TechCrunch wrote up my departure in my thesis for Bitcoin DeFi. This is before ordinals were a thing, and so I've believed in this category for quite some time. Over the last year and a half, I think that's where we've seen a ton of interest come in. I think Ethereum, DeFi activity using wrapped Bitcoin on Ethereum is evidence that there is demand for DeFi that's a little bit less, that has less trust assumptions. So when you're using DeFi and Ethereum, you've got like a centralized wrapped Bitcoin. If that's, like WBTC, that over on Ethereum requires a ton of trust assumptions. Do you trust BitGo? Do you trust the relationship with Justin Sun? I think it's evidence of demand for Bitcoin DeFi despite those very weak trust assumptions. If we look at the Bitcoin L2s that are being developed today, and if you look at Stacks, for instance, Stacks I think has 3,000 BTC bridged over on Stacks now.
All in one day.
I don't want to steal your thunder on that, so we need to double click on that. But that's evidence that people want to use Bitcoin and use it in DeFi in a more trust minimized fashion. Right now, Bitcoin DeFi on Ethereum, I think, requires too many trust assumptions.
Got it.
Yeah, and I would say, look, where Bitcoin DeFi is, it has historically been on Ethereum. Bitcoin never had, the infrastructure to support it. L2s are coming around and kind of changing the cycle and the narrative that you can do something that is still secured by proof of work. Like I'd say like Bitcoin DeFi done on ETH is like you've seen 1% maybe move from WBTC, and that's about it. That number actually hasn't grown dramatically. You haven't gone from 1% to 5 to 10. And so I think it's evidence to say that, look, if you want to do DeFi, you're going to want something secured by proof of work, and that is where demand will come. And we just hadn't seen it in all of this time. And Stacks recycles proof of work because we don't want to rework the machine. We want to use the thing that's hard, and that's that. And then going in for SBDC, we launched SBDC yesterday with the hard cap, and this is 3,000 new Bitcoin that had never been taken from cold, had never been taken online. So it's all been cold Bitcoin from cold storage for the first time being moved.
So love that. Quick question for both of you. Like, do you think the average user in crypto like really cares about the trust assumptions of like wrap Bitcoin? Like, you know, like there's trust assumptions you need to make for CB BTC with Coinbase, right? Like wrap Bitcoin, like with BitGo, Justin Sun. It's like, does that really matter? Do you think that like, are we overstating this problem, or do you think this is something that's like really serious? We have to hash it out now before it's too late, right? Like, any thoughts on that?
I can jump in really quick. I think the average person does not give a shit. I'll just say it. Like, the average person is using centralized exchanges and things like that. I think the more and more you go deeper into what you're doing with your assets over time, that trust assumption will matter, and it's just a longer journey. Ultimately, I want to see a world where it's fully trustless. Things like innovations like BitVM actually make that a reality, but it is difficult from like a retail user perspective to navigate all of these tech stacks and figure out what will actually get me to my end result, which in this is I want to earn more on my Bitcoin, or I want to acquire a loan so I can buy more Bitcoin.
I have a bit more of a nuanced take, which is that, yes, I don't disagree with Rena. Most consumers are fine with centralized solutions, but I think there's a marketplace for various solution types, right? Like, I'm an old timer, and I don't want to use my Bitcoin in something unless I have very minimal trust assumptions, AKA the maximum amount of decentralization possible. So for me, I care about that. For a layperson coming into the category this year, next year, they may not care as much, and so they're willing to trade off decentralization for more cool stuff, AKA better UX, et cetera. So yeah, I think it's a marketplace of like there's different preferences for consumers and institutions on the security methods required. Like, you know, we've seen things like Polygon originated, the Ethereum L2 originated with the game theoretic architecture of essentially a threshold model, which is, you know, how federated / threshold model, which is how Liquid works, how a lot of these Bitcoin L2s will work, and people were okay with that for quite some time. So I don't think that, you know, it's necessarily a bad or good thing. Like if you're an L2, et cetera, I don't think like some people argue this isn't a pure L2, this is a pure L2, this trust assumption's bad, this one isn't. I'm more of like, let's let the market decide. You know, we could over-architect for security, and that comes at a degradation of usability. So I see a marketplace opening up, and we'll see what the market decides and what is game theoretically sound.
Yeah, it's also a learning curve too. I feel like the more retail understands the risks of like, you know, do you trust Coinbase? Like their proof of reserves that they did, it's like, you know, that's going to take time. I kind of want to get on the application side of Bitcoin DeFi. So, you know, a company like Galaxy, which is where I work, we use wrap Bitcoin as collateral on Aave, take out USDC loans, and it works great. It's never failed us, works every time. So looking at like an institution like us and others that do the same thing, it's like, if it's not broke, why fix it, right? Like, what's your rebuttal to that? And maybe convincing someone like a Galaxy or something similar, like, oh, like you could do this, but on Bitcoin. Like, is there a benefit for someone doing this in large size, or is Bitcoin DeFi really for, you know, the retail folk? Rena, do you want to start?
I think it goes kind of in both directions. Like, you all probably want to do centralized solutions that are a little bit more there for you because you're going to want someone on the other side if anything goes wrong. Like, if something happens through WBTC, you're going to be calling BitGo just from the get-go and be like, yo, I need help now. But not everybody, quite frankly, needs like that level. And I do see a market of, if you want to see Bitcoin dominance and you want to see more activity on Bitcoin and actually support the L1, so incur more Bitcoin transactions to support the miners, that is actually why you should be doing some of these things on L2s that actually support and bring transactions to the L1. Because my big thing is, nothing makes sense if we're not taking care of the miners and sustaining the Bitcoin network. And a lot of L2s do all of their roll-up activity and batch their transactions, but they still have an L1 transaction at the end of the day. And like, it would break my heart if we're doing all of these innovations, but then miners can't take care of themselves and sustain what we all believe in.
Yeah, I think, with institutions, they often, not often, they're one of their top focuses are like security, aka counterparty risk, or protocol risk, because remember that DeFi isn't risk-free. You traded off counterparty risk for protocol risk, and we have seen Ethereum rife with protocol risk. Now, I'm not saying those won't exist on Bitcoin L2s as well, but I think for institutions, that's a really huge consideration, is your counterparty or protocol risk, and then liquidity, of course. If you're an institution, you care about size. And your size is some of the largest size in the space. Galaxy's huge. So your ability to get in and out of positions is really critical. I think when we look at the kind of burgeoning Bitcoin L2 landscape, there's a lot of VC money that's been plowed into this category. There's a lot of hustle that these founders are doing to get different dApps to build on them, to incentivize liquidity providers to come on board. I wouldn't want to bet against them. I think we're about to see a whole wave of, Aave and these other chains, these other protocols, their focus isn't Bitcoin. These Bitcoin L2s and the dApps built on them are, and there's going to be a lot of money focused on getting more people to build on these dApps and to get more liquidity into it. So liquidity begets liquidity, and I wouldn't be surprised to see some of them disrupt a lot of the activity going on in the Ethereum world because there's more liquidity in that Bitcoin DeFi dApp.
Interesting. Okay, so on the application side, let's just assume Bitcoin DeFi flourishes, it exceeds all of our expectations. So who actually wins? Is it going to be the new native Bitcoin DeFi apps on these Bitcoin L2s that we haven't heard of, right? Like, they're just complete new guys just killing it, or are those guys going to be the winners, or is it going to be the OGs, staples like Aave, Maker, right, just forking over to the EVM L2, right? Like, who actually wins this, would you say?
I'll hop in here. I don't think anyone wins or loses. I think it's more of a gradient of who captures the most market share. Like, I don't think Bitcoin on Aave is going to go away. I think it's going to be more of 2 years from now, what percentage of liquidity does Aave have of the market? And so I think it's more of, the question should be, do you want to bet on an incumbent, or do you want to bet on a whole wave of capital and startups who are hungry to go attract the liquidity for their protocols? When you look at a lot of the token, using tokens and incentives to bootstrap liquidity, this isn't unlike venture-backed, growth stage companies in the traditional tech world. Like when Uber they sold shares to get dollars from VCs and used that to discount rides, to bootstrap their rider and driver networks. These other new Bitcoin L2s and dApps, they have a lot of capital behind them, and I wouldn't discount that. And they have a lot more hunger as well, to where I don't really think Aave has a Bitcoin strategy, or I don't think anyone's really thinking through that. So basically, do you want to bet on an incumbent or bet on startups? I'm a VC. I bet on startups.
I'm always going to go for the underdogs. So I'm going to bet on the native dApps and builders in L2s or even building on the L1. Fundamentally, Aave and other kind of incumbents that have been there, they've never thought about this strategy or anything like that. But the market has already decided that no one is re-wrapping into WBTC. Again, only 1%. That has not net grown in 5 years. And like yesterday for Stacks, brand new Bitcoin coming in that had not been used in DeFi or anything. And so there is a new demand kind of going in that direction. And when you're thinking about Bitcoin, it's precious. So like, I don't want to use my Bitcoin on something that allows the entire altcoin assets everywhere. You can lend anything. I want something just for Bitcoin, and these are what the L2s and dApp builders are doing, only for Bitcoin.
So Rena, I want to ask you this too, because I know you focus a lot on Granite and really cool product. So in the sector of Bitcoin DeFi, do you think asset-backed lending is like the number one like use case, would you say? Like, is that, if you had to put your eggs in one basket, is it that?
Like
Yeah?
100%. I think like Bitcoin has already hit product market fit. It is your hedge against the US dollar. And now that you have this asset, you're going to want to do something more with it. This is going to be your next hedge on it.
What about you, Dan? Maybe aside from asset-backed lending, have you seen anything that's like, wow, okay, like this is perfect for DeFi that needs Bitcoin security? Anything like?
Yeah, I mean, I'm moderating a panel tomorrow at the Bitcoin Renaissance side event, and I'm leading the panel on staking, which it's, you know, we got David Say from Babylon on there. Basically, you know, can you use Bitcoin used as staked collateral for other chains' proof of stake security? I think that's like a super underappreciated value that Bitcoin could bring as the most pristine asset in the ecosystem. You know, Bitcoin is by far unanimously the best asset in the crypto ecosystem and arguably in the world. And so using it as a proof of stake collateral to secure your proof of stake network makes total sense to me. I think that use case is very underexplored, and I think there's a lot of excitement around how Babylon is going to do that. So I think Bitcoin will be used to secure other chains or other dApps. Being a pristine piece of collateral doesn't just mean you're useful to borrow against. It's useful to be a proof of stake, or put that asset up as stake.
And that's something Satoshi always wanted. He wanted us to use Bitcoin as security for something else. He knew what they were building.
Let me take the other side on that really quick. I think Babylon's pretty cool, but like, if you look at the model with Eigen, right? Like, it seems like Eigen, the rented security thesis has not fully played out, but it is Ethereum security, so maybe we'll discount that a little bit for comparison to Bitcoin security, right? But like, yeah, like seeing how Eigen's been playing out, like, are we still bullish on rented Bitcoin security because it's Bitcoin security backed by proof of work? Like, do you have thoughts on that, or?
I think it's really early.
It's too early, yeah.
I've been in this space 12 years. It takes a long time for some of these things to play out. So for me, which is, I think, a little bit of a cop-out of an answer. I know it's not a directly answer.
No, you're right. It's
but
early.
I think it is a little early.
It's a little early, but for me, the one thing that kind of bothered me about Eigen is like it's not slashing, so it kind of like there is limited risk on like when you're locking ETH and Eigen and kind of having it deployed that way, because it's free money, right? And I think I feel a little bit similar to right now where Babylon is, because covenants aren't introduced. So you stake your Bitcoin, and then you're going to earn yield in some other asset, and you're securing another network. But ultimately, I think it's like a trade-off on, do you want yield in another token form, or do you want something that returns back in Bitcoin? And I haven't seen that play out yet.
Nice. So we're a little over time. Last thing, I know you guys want to leave and get out of here, but okay, are Bitcoin L2s plus Bitcoin DeFi a bigger threat to Ethereum than Solana is to Ethereum? You have any thoughts on this? Like,
I'll take a first stab at this. So, I mean, I think Solana and Bitcoin will eat Ethereum from both ends.
Yeah.
So Ethereum's not the best sound money at all. I mean, instead of guys in suits in a room deciding your monetary policy, you have a bunch of autist devs in a room. And I mean, I don't think that's any better, to be honest. Like, they've changed their monetary policy many, many times. And I think that's a core critical flaw in a sound money. Sound money isn't around deflation or inflation rate. The dollar is fucking deflationary. That doesn't make the dollar sound money. I mean, the ultrasound money thing is so retarded. I can't believe how fucking stupid that is. It's just like the stupidest thing I've ever seen. So like, Ethereum is not sound money at all. Like, not even close. It's not even remotely close to being sound money. There's no credibility with the monetary policy. So Bitcoin obviously owns that. Then you have, is it the best smart contract platform? And are you willing to trade off decentralization for throughput, expressibility, et cetera? And Solana is very much willing to do that. And this cycle, we've seen Solana shine, where Solana took a lot of that activity that would have been on ETH and has absorbed it. So I think Bitcoin DeFi is going to be a flavor of that, where people want to use this pristine asset, the best money in the ecosystem. They want to use that, and they want to use that for DeFi activities. And so I don't think really Solana and Bitcoin DeFi compete as much. More of it's like, again, back to my whole spectrum thing. I think there's a lot of like Solana degen types who just love how fast and easy Solana is, and they're just going to use Solana. But then you have kind of like people who love Bitcoin as an asset, and they want to use things that have less trust, that more trust minimized, less trust assumptions, and so they're going to use Bitcoin DeFi. So I think Bitcoin DeFi takes a chunk out of Ethereum, but I think Solana takes a bigger chunk out of Ethereum.
Yeah, and to that end, like I do think Ethereum should be worried about Bitcoin L2s, and where like Bitcoin L2s are focused on one singular thing of making Bitcoin better for everybody, keeping the L1 functioning, and actually having more transactions on the Bitcoin network and sustain the mempool. Like that's what all of us are focused on. And Ethereum honestly hasn't had a focus. That's like the truth.
And also you have like Ethereum L2s like Starknet pivoting into Bitcoin, which is pretty incredible to see. It makes a lot of sense. People forget that Bitcoin isn't just the #1 crypto asset. It's the #1 crypto asset, and it's larger than everything else combined. This isn't just it's number 2, it's just a little bit, #1, it's a little bit ahead of Ethereum. It's bigger than Ethereum plus Solana. So if any of that TVL on Bitcoin gets unlocked, even a very small amount, Bitcoin DeFi could be larger than every other category combined very rapidly. So I think a lot of people are underestimating that.
So basically, ETH was testnet, and with that, we're going to end it.
Your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high speed, high priestess. Scales of justice ballast on a mempool express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it.